K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Brought to you by J. Michael Fashion for Everyone. Hello, Sandy.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, Blake and Aaron. I was listening to your little birthday story there. Super fun stuff.
It's same age as Gigi, right?
No,
No,
Gigi's 7.
Oh, she's older?
Gigi's
She's a
even,
big
yeah.
girl.
Oh,
Sandy
okay.
and I were pregnant at the same time.
Yeah, Gigi's a big girl now.
I like your
Yeah.
little elf on the mic.
I know. He's my co-host for this week.
Watching you to make sure you're nice, not naughty.
I know. I think
Right.
he might be a naughty elf, though. He might be a naughty elf.
What do you got for
So
us?
happy Tuesday, everyone. Strolling right into Christmas. Here are some of your news headlines today. Olympian Kareem Street Thompson is going to be, he is actually on island. We're hoping we can grab him on our live stream. But he is making visits, or he has visited, I should say, his former high school, John Gray High School, on Thursday, where he shared his inspirational journey with the students there, telling them to aim for the sky. So this was a collaborative effort that was brought about with Digicel. And we're going to give a big shout out this morning to the person who really made it happen. I know the press release says the Ministry of Education, but who really made it happen was none other than Lance Barnes. So congratulations to Lance. He organized everything, reached out to Kareem, and allowed him to come back home during this opportunity to tell kids, because there's a lot of these kids probably don't even know who Kareem is. So they need to know, some of the people who've made some amazing strides. He debuted in 1988 Summer Olympics in Barcelona, and he's done very, very well in the long jump and sprint events. So one of K-Man's most accomplished athletes. So congratulations to Kareem Street Thompson. All of our young people had this wonderful opportunity, and congrats to Lance Barnes for making it happen. So remember the corrupt police officer who it was alleged, and he was found guilty of interfering in a murder investigation? Yes. Courtney Levy, former police constable now.
I was going to say, he can't go back to the force after this, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. So he has now been sentenced to 4 years.
Ooh.
Wow.
And yeah.
Is he from here?
Nope. He's
So
from
will
Jamaica.
he be deported afterwards?
We're hoping, but we need to talk about this because apparently he has a Caymanian wife. And we know that this can get tricky when the spouse is Caymanian if they try to fight for the person to be able to stay here. So maybe is the answer to that one. And the mental health facility, we got a couple seconds here. I got to run, but the mental health facility soon come. Still not here. They're saying next year. Ugh.
Yeah, really.
Bane of my existence. Anyway, have a good day.
Thanks, Sandy. We'll catch you tomorrow for the Wednesday head.
Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio. We are still spilling the tea and committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
I've come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman,
Live, direct.
it's the cold, hard truth. Now, join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, K-Man. Rise and shine. Wakey, wakey. How are you guys doing? Oh my gosh, I just had a flashback to Greece. Um, our tour guide always used to say, wakey, wakey. Oh my goodness. It's stuck in my head. How are you guys doing this beautiful Tuesday morning? I'm good. Coming along. The voice is still a little bit croaky. But I feel like we're getting there. I feel like by next week, we're going to be like kind of back to normal, I hope. So the coughing has subsided substantially. Let me bring my elf down a little bit. There we go. And yeah, I got my hot tea this morning. I'm using the new design for the CMR mugs, the one that says Honey Child on one side. And then, oh, that reminds me, I got to message that guy. He's supposed to be getting some mugs for me. And then the other side says the cold hard truth. And there's a show number in case you don't know the number. So I think I feel like a Honey Child moment. So I'll turn it this way. Ooh, Honey Child. Let me get a little sip. Ah, this is a detox tea with a little chips of honey. Yes, Honey Child. Everybody doing okay? Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Marshall. He's like, hurry up and send the links. I'm coming. Sending it right now. I sent to one list already. I've got multiple lists on WhatsApp because they only allow you so many people in each listing group. So I got you, Marshall. Hold on, Honey Chill. There you go. Thank you for the reminder, sir. I was on it. So in the mornings now, I have a couple things. I have one more thing added to my to-do list that I have to do. Big shout out to the Instagram folks. Not the Instagram folks. You guys were here for it yesterday. Thank you so much. It was a very, very interesting show. And I'm going to pull this screen over here so I can see them split screen. There we go. I got to keep that tab open. So I'm still trying to figure out the Instagram stream just a little bit. Yes. So there it is. Yeah. All right, Instagram folks. I got you. I'm trying to figure it out. So good morning. Look at that. Jeremiah, Alric, 876 Jones, Revo Jr. What a name. Young Canazar. Oh gosh, your Instagram names be all jacked up. I don't even know. Kemanian, Chess 345, Snowy Poppin, D, Unstoppable 1. Good Lord. You can't find simple names anymore on Instagram. Andrea Brooks Powell. There you go. That's a good, simple one. Caribbean Wayne. Good morning, Honey Chow. Joining us from Washington, D.C. Ooh, what's the weather like in Washington? It must be cold. Yes. I think New York, everybody up that way is like, brr. So, the after show was very, very interesting yesterday. And I am going to pick up with that this morning because there are a few things that I want to say in relation to that. So let's talk about it. Good morning to everyone on Facebook, YouTube. We got Miss Pat, Robert, Vernita, Siobhan, all the usual suspects, front, center, class. Marcia says, good morning, the queen of the cold hard truth. I love listening to you. Oh, thank you so much. I ran into another super fan yesterday at Foster's, and she was like, I'm there every morning. And I said, okay, what's your name? Because people have different Facebook names. And she told me, so I'm going to be looking out for her in the mornings now. So, and she's like, I'm your number one fan. I'm like, if I had $1 for every time somebody said that, I think I might have a few dollars in the bank, Honey Chow. But thank you guys so much. I really, 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 really love and appreciate all the support that you guys give to the platform. And, we're just here telling the truth. Siobhan, we're going to talk about the crooked cop here this morning as well. Don't worry, Stephen. We got you. Good morning to Miss Linda joining us from Bermuda. Stephen's in the UK. Irvelyn is back home. Emma, wishing everyone a safe and fantastic day. Leanna, yes, Honey Chow, these crooked police. Olivia and Siobhan. Leanna says, I need a mug. Yes, me talking about the mug this morning reminded me that I have 2 set down for for someone. And so I want to make sure that I get them to him. I'm trying to stay off the roads these days. I don't know about the rest of you, but traffic is horrible, especially midday. Oh my God. Imagine next week. The last couple of days before Christmas, everybody's out there trying to run errands. So next weekend is going to be crazy. I don't want to be on the road. The good news is, since Christmas falls on a Monday, that means that Sunday will be, because nothing's really open, right? So Sunday should be pretty good in terms of traffic, I hope. I can't imagine. It's crazy traffic on a Sunday. Anyway, we'll keep you guys updated. But I want to have everything done by like this week, and no need to go on the road at all next week. We're going to have a show. So the guys are at 106. They're off. I think as of today, is this their last day? I can't remember what they told me. But anyway, they're going to be off. They're taking their holiday break. And I am going to go straight through all of next week, I think. Yeah, because I took a little vacay. I took my little vacay in October. So, I was already gone for a couple weeks. So I know y'all missed me. Oh, my tweetum. So I figure we'll just be rocking it straight through till Christmas. I need to get my Christmas hat. I need to dig it out so I don't seem like a complete Scrooge. And then we'll do some giveaways and stuff like that. I'm hoping some of our corporate sponsors, or you don't even have to be a corporate sponsor, just give us some free stuff. We need some Burger King gift certificates, Popeyes for sure. Who's excited about Popeyes coming to Red Bay? Ooh, honey child. That means that I don't have to drive too far for those delicioso fries. They've got the best fries. Oh my God. I try not to eat them too often because Lord knows how many calories they must have. But anywho, they're delicious. All right. So Marshall, morning. Linda says, I need a honey child mug. whatever spelling goes. Listen, that means you're going to have to come to Cayman. I don't know if it can make it to Bermuda, but Paul is always here. I think, Paul, you have a mug already, if I'm not mistaken. So Paul is always here. So if Paul, next time he comes, I'll give him a mug for you, and then he can link you in Bermuda. How does that sound? Michelle, Marjorie, Cece McLaughlin's in the house. Dean is here. Leanna says, yes, we need some other merch, hats. And I have a hat already that says Honey Child. Maybe I'll wear that because I think it's red. Did I get a red hat? I'll wear that tomorrow. How about that? And then she says we need some merch, hats, and some shirts that say Nosa. I know. I'm always saying that too. The things I always say, Honey Child, Nosa, and Hot Mess. It's a hot mess. Yes. Oscar. Hello, Oscar. I haven't seen you in a minute. How are you? Did you change your last name, Oscar? How you doing, honey chill? Lizette says, I've been waiting on my mug for a while now. You better get it for Christmas. Marcia says, send me one in Florida. Well, send me your address because I'm always in Florida. I was just there, not this weekend, but the weekend before. Yeah, so next time I can definitely drop it in the post for you. What part of Florida are you in? Yes. All right, honey children. Let's get the show. So listen, the young man called yesterday for our radio listeners because they probably missed all this. Oh yes, this person says, hold on now. This is a WhatsApp message. Oh, I also say, do I say that a lot? Literally. And so I was like, did I say that a lot too? Literally. Yeah, maybe. I'd be like, like literally. All right, let's get it. Miss Vernita, I see you sending me messages. Can I just be honest with you? I know that somebody else says, you forgot one of your favorite words. I can't say it on the radio, BBC. Y'all know what that is. Y'all are so naughty. Stop misbehaving. Cha. Okay, listen, Linda. Remember the little kid? Linda, listen. So, yeah, there's things we can't say on the radio. But I like to recap for radio folks if we say something off air, minus the colorfulness of it. So, if you really want the colorfulness of it, I'm sorry, but you have to go watch the video. So listen carefully. Oh, Lord Jesus, y'all are cracking me up this morning. Yeah, type out your message, honey chill. But listen, when you send me, now I'm gonna be saying listen every other minute. When you send me these long voice notes, honey chill, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I've said this before. I do not listen to them. I don't have the time. The heart is desirous of listening to all your voice notes, but when you start going into 10-minute voice notes and stuff, that's like a phone conversation that I just ain't got the time for. I'm sorry, but I don't. So I'm going to be honest with you. If you have something important to say, do not embed it in a long voice note because it won't get listened to. I have some voice notes right now from Charles Whitaker, about 50 of them, that I need to go back in time and listen to. Charles, I have to do them incrementally. Because when you send me so many, I mean, I get it. I love me a voice note too. But when you send that many, honey child, I ain't got no time for that. I got to take my time and go through them. And normally they're so insightful. I mean, Charles is a very smart guy. So his voice notes, I want to take my time and really digest and respond to. But it's going to take a minute now. So sorry, Miss Renita. I just want to let you know all them long voice notes. Don't put anything important in them because I'll never get to listen. Just you know that on WhatsApp, you can also do the text to typing thing. But just don't make it too long. There's only 24 hours in the day. Okay. Morning, Miss Faith. Linda says you have me cracking up. Linda. Do you guys not remember that? I need to find the meme. It was a little kid. He was like talking to an adult and he was so cute. He was like, Linda, listen. I'm going to find that. Listen, Linda. Let me see. Listen, Linda. It's a thing. I'm going to find it. Y'all sitting there talking about, I didn't make it up. I might take credit for it, but I didn't. I mean, I'm not even taking credit for it. I'm just saying, oh, here he is. Oh my God. This is back in 2017. I told y'all this went viral. I'm going to download it in case you missed it. I don't want y'all missing nothing. No news, no sus, no viral videos. Honey child, we got it all for you. Linda. All right. Here's the thing about yesterday's show. Good morning, K-Man 49er. What's up? Liana says voice note should only be 30 seconds to a minute long. I mean, they can be a little bit longer, but 10 minutes and plus is like, no, honey child. K-Man 49er says that mug, how do I get one for my wife? Just DM me, K-Man 49er. I need to order some more, but I have a few on hand right now. And then we'll see what we can do. Raymond Barnes, keyword is note. Think, post it when you chat. Is that my cousin Raymond or the other Raymond? There's actually two Raymond Barnes. One is family, one isn't. Buenos dias to Miss Alba. Paul, when are you back here? Linda needs a mug. So we're going to give you a mug to take to Linda. All right, honey, chill. Okay. Let me see here now. Oh, it was so nippy this morning. I really needed a little something. A little something. All right, let me see. Oh, yes, here's my Linda video. Okay, hold on. Let me see where I put it now. Linda. Hello, Linda. You ever save stuff on your computer and then you don't even know where it is? Yeah, that's me like every single day. All right, here it is. Here's a little cutie patootie. All right, remember him?
Listen to me. Like I do this all the time. And if I go out at the house with the door, Matthew has his toys, and then Matthew has all his toys.
Okay, but I have to yell at you guys.
Okay, Linda, listen. Listen, Linda. Listen.
Okay, what?
Like everything they do at this house, you can't trust everything at Grandma's house.
Okay.
Okay, then what?
Then you're not listening to me.
Then you're not listening to me.
I asked you not to do something.
No, but listen to me. Look at, if you do something, if you get that birthday off, you're gonna break it.
Okay, but I'm letting you know that you cannot.
Linda, lick it.
You're not listening to me.
Linda, Linda,
Listen to me now. Listen to me now.
Listen to me.
No, you're not listening. I said no cupcakes. And you try to get cupcakes and you try to ask grandma.
Linda,
Didn't you?
Linda, lick it. If you do something right, if you get close, you can't even get them. They're gonna burn your butt.
What's gonna burn your butt? You and Kevin don't listen, so I have to give both of you guys pop-pows in your butt.
But Linda, Grandpa's gonna give you peppers in your butt.
No, he's not. I have to. You don't want me to hit Kevin, or you don't want me to spank you?
No.
Why?
Because anybody wants to spank me.
Then I have to spank Kevin.
But he's my little pop-ups.
He's your little pop-ups, but he doesn't listen.
But Linda, honey, look at this. Right now, they can't do anything if we can't get everything out of the frog. If we can break everything down.
He's so cute.
I'm not breaking anything down. I'm just letting you know you cannot have cupcakes for dinner.
Linda,
listen.
this thing, I never belong to you. Anything, they can't get anything and anything and anything.
I'm done arguing with you.
I'm not arguing with you.
You need to listen to the things that I say because I'm the mom and I'm the
Linda,
adult.
listen to me. All the time to get them, this thing, this thing,
I'm done arguing with you.
Linda, I'm done arguing with you.
Oh my God. That little kid, I wonder where he is now. That's 2017. I hope he's on his way to law school. Like, seriously, he has got some chops and some arguments. Linda, listen. Lick it. What a hot mess. Yes, Miss Linda. When I was listening to that, I was thinking, being a lawyer might be in his future. A lawyer or a politician, because both of them can talk. It's just that one has to be trained. Yeah, what a hot mess. The other one just talks and ain't got no training. Yes, sir. These politicians gonna be so vexed at me. What a hot mess they in. Anywho, as I always say, they'll get over it. Morning, Miss Jackie. She says he is so cute. I thought you were talking about the little girl who wasn't listening to the teacher. Well, let me tell you something. Somebody sent me another Linda video. But anyway, all right. So let's recap what happened yesterday. Dean says, oh my word, I'm done. DWL, LOL, woo-wee. I know, he's so cute though, right? Don't you just love it when they're like at a particular age and they don't always pronounce words properly? Like I remember the day that Gigi, she used to be kind of fond of frogs. Ew. And so there was a frog by the front door and she like literally walked up to it. Look, frog, but she wasn't really saying frog. It sounded like another F word that we can't say on the radio, except she was actually saying frog. And I was just like, that is so funny. It was so funny. Of course, I knew what she was trying to say, but I also knew exactly what it sounded like. And I was like, oh my God. But, you know, we just kind of laughed and didn't tell her what it might have potentially sounded like because she doesn't know those words. Anywho, so the young man called in yesterday. This is in relation to the fight video from over the weekend. He called in and he explained his side of the story. A number of you were suspicious about whether or not that was actually him calling in. And it turns out it actually was him. I don't know where he got this Jamaican accent from because he's supposed to be a Caymanian, but you know, y'all Caymanians have an identity crisis, some of you. You hang out with so many different people, but you don't really know what is what and what is what. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Y'all be confused about who you are. I mean, you don't see too many Jamaicans trying to put on another accent unless they're trying to fool somebody to run a scam or something. Like the scammers might call and be trying to sound like an American. You just won the lottery. Can I please have your bank account number to send you $1.2 million? And then the little old lady's like, where are you from? I'm from Alabama. And they're like, oh, you are? Yes. Oh, ratted. I mean, yes, ma'am. That's the only reason a Jamaican might want to put on a little accent. because he trying to get him some scammer money. Anywho, Caymanians, y'all got a little bit of an identity crisis. But it is what it is, honey chill. So he called and he said he had apologized to the girlfriend because he didn't really mean it when he called her. What was the term he called her again? Waist gal. Some of our older people probably listening and don't even know what a waist gal is. How would you define a waist gal? Old folks, I mean that they're not no good. That's the simplest way I could probably explain it. It's a Jamaican term, mean they're not no good. Waist gal, waist boy. Like they waist, Here we go. Urban Dictionary has a proper definition. Waist gal means Jamaican word. It's actually a phrase, but anyway. Word, it means stupid girl, idiot, clown, or dumb. B word. Can also mean that she's lazy and doesn't do anything. He has you a big, what? He has you as a big waist gal. Okay. Well, that's what Urban Dictionary says. I think it's close enough. So you know what Urban Dictionary should do? They should add a pronunciation feature to Urban Dictionary where you hear it in a Jamaican accent. Waist gal. Yeah. So it's not a compliment. Let's just put it that way. Very, very insulting to call somebody a waste anything. And he said, all right, he was drunk and upset, whatever. But you know what they say about when you're drunk? What is the phrase about the drunken mind says what the sober mouth can't say or something like that? The drunk mind speaks a sober heart. Mm-hmm. So although he's claiming that he's apologizing to her, he probably does think, honestly, she's a waste gal. Now he's seeing the aftermath of it all. They're trying to undo it. Well, you can't undo what's in the public domain. This is so sad, y'all. This is what I tell y'all. Stay out the streets, please. It is in your best interest to do so. So apparently she was reaching out to the CMR page, claiming that she was trying to set the record straight. A drunken tongue reveals what a sober mind conceals. There you go. And so I have to wonder what his thoughts really are of her. I'm told she's only 18 years old. Ooh, she looks a little bit of a rough 18, I must tell you. You girls got to slow it down out in these streets, honey child. By the time you hit 40, you're going to look like you're 85. Slow down if you reach 40. Jesus. Ooh, honey child. Y'all got to get to 50 looking seasoned like me, but not too over the top. Wrinkles and droopiness and all kind of stuff. All that drinking and hard liquoring and party will literally kill you and make you old before your time. Anywho, I was surprised to hear that she's only 18 years old because she looks a lot older than 18. And so what I want to say is, young lady, I think it is worth you maybe slowing things down a little bit. I don't know. I would suggest that you just take it easy. It's one of those things in my mind where you've been featured. People said to me yesterday, but Miss Sandy, you don't remember that she was on CMR before? And I said, she was? They said, yeah. I said, oh, Lord, have mercy. Are you kidding me? A couple months ago, she was in some video with these girls out in the streets fighting. And I thought, oh, Lord Jesus, really? Young lady, I'm going to give you a piece of advice because I know you're listening to the show. You were listening yesterday and you kept messaging about, correct the record and this and that. Listen, the record, and I don't know if you have a job or anything else that you care about in your life other than going out and partying. But what I would say to you is the record is not going to be too kind to you if you continue along this particular path, right? You got to pump the brakes. I'm assuming this is your first child. I don't even know. But my recommendation to you is to just pump the brakes a little bit, slow it down. There's absolutely no reason why you have to go through life at this speed, out in these streets acting like this. It's not a good look for you. So twice now you've been featured in CMR and fighting videos. Yeah, that's not a good look. I'm not trying to tell you, I'm sure you're not trying to become like Miss K-Man or anything like that, so maybe you don't have any aspirations to do anything major with your life, but you don't have to have any aspirations to do anything major to just cool your jets and behave. It's so sad. I hate to see, especially young girls. Somebody was saying to me, Sandy, nobody even wants to hang out with her. Like nobody decent wants to hang out with her because they're like, oh, their reputation is going to get tarnished as well. Looks like Firefox has stopped responding, so I may have to, I'm trying to see if it'll fix itself. Otherwise, I may have to restart the Instagram feed. Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to restart that feed. So, unfortunately, it is the type of thing, young lady, that, is the live still going? Oh, hallelujah. Looks like it's still going. Okay, I think that's a good thing. Yeah, so young lady, what I would say is that unfortunately for you, your reputation isn't the best. I had quite a few people reach out to me yesterday, and I would like to give you some motherly advice, if I may. At 18, I'm actually old enough to be your mama. I know it's hard to believe. Looking good for 15, all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, I really hope that you are able to pull it together a little bit. Okay? I don't know who your mama is. I don't know who you're for. I don't know what the storyline is or whatever. But I really do pray for your sake that, just pump the brakes. Stay home. And then somebody was mentioning your little Jamaican friend there, who was making her business and get all into the mess of it all. Somebody was saying how, she's another hot mess of a situation unto her own. And what's her name? Child, they would give me the lowdown. This is what one person had to say about her, the little Jamaican one. Her name is Aria. She's always in mix-up. They need to deport her little, she's ghetto. And even her parents don't want her. So she be jumping from house to house. They even got her name Foster's bag because she gets passed around like one. Lord Jesus. She used to come by I'll leave it there because that might reveal who the comments are coming from. We don't want to do that. Anyway, the bottom line is there are people who don't even want you associating with their people because, they're like, ew, you're bad news. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. What a hot mess. All right, so I restarted the Instagram. It looks like it's still going, but the problem is now I don't see how to end the stream. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I think I kind of messed it up now. How do I end it? There's no end to it. Oh, my God. All right. Oh. Gosh darn it. I don't know how to end it because I'm seeing it as, yeah, I know it's still going, but I'm now seeing it as a viewer and not the host. So I don't see the option to end it, which is so weird. And I don't know how to pull it back in. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Modern technology, honey chill. Anyway, I'm not going to touch it. Let's just have it keep going. I was hoping today that I could have gotten it right, because then if I end it right, then it saves it and you guys can go back and watch it later. But you know what? The third time is the charm. Yeah, reopening it doesn't help because I can't get back to the window that is like Instagram is a little bit different. Let me just put it that way. Let me see. If I go here, no, it's gonna change it, I think. Oh. Huh. Yeah, honey child. All right, I might just have to leave it alone, not to interrupt the stream. All right. Raymond says for the streets. Paul says, listen, Linda, I would have got a cut, you know what, for calling my mom by her first name. Oh, Lord. Nationality confusion, says Leanna. Gabby says, right, laughing out loud. Rough Seas said, I saw something on Loop last night. Looks like John and Saunders still after CMR. Looks like they're trying to shut you down. Oh, honey child, poor them. They special. They can try all they want. They better shut themselves down. Thank you, Miss Faith. She says, speak the truth. Good morning to Miss Juliet. Morning. Hey, Miss Brenda. I heard you were sneaking away and didn't even tell us you were going anywhere. Look at that. I got my eyes on you, honey child. I heard you came back, I think yesterday or the day before. Because I'm like, oh, I haven't heard from Miss Linda lately. Somebody said, oh, she was away. Uh-huh. 3 ways to know the truth: being drunk, angry, and children. Ooh, Leanna, that is very true. Well, I don't drink, so I never get drunk. But sometimes I do get angry. And I'll be telling the truth all the time. Mm-hmm. That's right, Leanna. She was the same young lady who was in a fight in the streets by Lion Center in the middle of the road. My God, at 18? Where was I at 18? At 18 years old, I was in university trying to get myself an education at USF. I couldn't imagine being out in any streets, much less in the streets fighting. My God, there has to be something wrong with the way you guys are raised. Now, I know parents don't want no blame for nothing. They'd be like, oh, they're not my responsibility. But come on now. Who? I mean, I know that children have a mind of their own. And yes, no, sometimes no matter how good of a job you do, but you can't tell me that at 15, she wasn't out here in these streets doing some kind of messiness too. I mean, I would find that very, very hard to believe. Now, the boyfriend is 21. He's not much older than her. And, you know, men tend to be less mature than women. So they're probably on par in terms of maturity. She's 18, he's 21. They're probably about the same mature level, which is about, out of 10, they're probably mature level of 3 or 4. They got a lot of growing up to do. And like I said to him yesterday, the most concerning thing is you have a 1-year-old child now that has the two of you as parents. And honestly, neither one of you are looking like, you know, a good example for this child. Having kids young is supposed to force you to grow up, whether you're ready or not. And unfortunately, what normally happens is the children suffer as a result of immature parents. So then we go from one generation to the next of just messiness. And that's what happens to these kids. They get exposed to so much foolishness. It's sad. Get it together. You're a mother now. You're a father now. And let me say this. Someone also said the truth. I'm always fussing and fighting and carrying on. Listen, in Cayman, we've seen a couple instances of toxic relationships, and they never end well. Somebody gonna get chopped up. Somebody gonna get sent to jail. Somebody might be going to the morgue, as we've seen in other instances. I am really going to beseech you. Look it up if you don't know, you Instagram folks, because some of y'all, your dictionary, you're working with the Urban Dictionary, but not with a regular dictionary. I'm going to give you a bit of advice and beseech you to please Stay away from people. If for whatever reason somebody makes you that crazy, I know they sent a thing, oh, well, everybody fights and da da da. And I'm like, everybody does not fight, first and foremost. Let me set y'all straight. I've never had a fight with a significant other in my life. I don't put my hands on people, and people, if they smart, better never put their hands on me. I only had one fool who just grabbed my arm during an argument, and I said, why are you touching me? You need to take your hands off of me right now, because in the art of war, that's a sign of aggression. If we're having a verbal disagreement and it wasn't like a big time yelling and screaming match and throwing stuff around, I'm not into that kind of crazy. To me, if you have to go there to be in a relationship with someone, it isn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? If that person brings out that side of you, they're not the right person for you. And I don't care how much you think you love them, because y'all be like, I'm in love. Oh, Sandy, I love him. I'm like, really? Well, this situation is not good for you. So let that love pass you by, and just leave it alone. Oh my God. Everybody fights, I was like, listen, yeah, people might argue, but they're not on the streets fighting like animals. Here it is. Hear what they had to say. My administrator was like, give me permission to cuss her out. And I was like, don't even respond to her. This is when you hit the ignore button. You don't respond to an 18-year-old. Because y'all know when Auntie Sandy respond, it might go nuclear. So, I'm like, let's just leave her alone. Because clearly she's 18, but she might have the maturity probably of a 12 or 13-year-old. And that's why you adult men, I don't know how old she was when you started talking to her, but this is why you leave little children alone. You yourself, not even mature enough to be in a relationship at 21. And then you deal with an 18-year-old who, y'all need to do better. Okay? So this is the foolishness that my administrator sent me, that apparently she was sending through. The administrator's like, Sandy, just give me permission to put her in her place. I said, hit the ignore button, honey child. Don't give her no attention yet today. Hello. This is what she gonna send. I don't know where she works, but Jesus help him if she works in an office. Hello. You don't know the full story, so I would love for you to stop walking over me, especially as a big, hard back woman. Here you know. Oh, God. So full of drama. I did not set my baby daddy up, first of all. Secondly, I don't even know the person. Well, other people say that they know who the person is who pulled out the machete. So it's interesting that the people who were there don't seem to know, but everybody else watching the video seems to know. But anywho, she goes on. You yourself have kids, which obviously means that you have a baby father. You can't tell me you never had an argument. Yes, sir. Face data. Yes, we had a police argument, and somebody that it didn't have, did she mean to say police? I don't even know. But somebody that it didn't have nothing to do inserted himself. So really sit down and think about it. Lord Jesus, the English. Linda. And before you go talking about this and that, why Anna speaking about the facts? Why Anna speaking about that facts that this boy child was walking around with a machete and assaulted somebody? Is that attempted murder? Poor her. Yes, we argue. Yes, we fight. Yes, we argue. Yes, we fight. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't ever make anybody. What should I say? No, hold on. I got a mosquito in this studio this morning. Sorry, folks. Oh, got away. I wouldn't make somebody put him in danger. Almost had him. Let me see now. This is kind of hard to read this. And put him in danger or harm's way. I took him to the hospital. If I was the one who sent this boy after him, why would that say exact, Lord Jesus? Why would that same exact person tried to stab after me. Lord, make it make sense. Girl, this grammar need to make sense that you wrote here. That's what need to be making sense. Anyway, she says, make it make sense, please, and thanks. A little bit of manners. We were both under the influence, and it shouldn't have gotten that far. But it did, and I cannot change that. All I can do is look at it as a life lesson and move on. Okay. And with that being said, I'm out. She puts a little peace sign, mess with her. Then she goes on, hello. Hello. You don't know the full story. Oh yeah, I think that's a repeat. I don't know why it came through. Oh yeah, that was a repeat. All right. So I don't know where she posted this and whatever. I guess she sent it. I don't know if it was on Messenger or where she sent this, but young lady, yes, we don't know the level of utter dysfunctionality between you and this man, because I'm sure what we have seen with you fighting in the streets is only a glimpse of what is actually happening in your life. And you know what? That's actually sad, right? You were talking about I'm a hard back woman. First of all, I have one child. I don't have no chillins. I don't have no kids. I have one. And I'm going to tell you that as a parent, what you need to do is stay out of these streets and stop fighting with people. I don't care if it's him or the girls or whoever else you find a reason to fight with. You got to cut it out. You're talking about this is a life lesson. My dear, sometimes life isn't going to give you any more lessons. How many lessons you need? How many times are you going to be fighting the streets before you recognize that somebody one day is going to harm you in a way that you will not be able to come back from, or you're going to harm someone, or your argument is going to turn into somebody losing their life. You say that you don't know this young man, right? That this other person just pulled out a machete out of his pants to interject into the situation. What if your baby daddy had lost his life? What would you be saying to me this morning? Seriously. You have to somehow and sometimes think that the situations that it's a domino effect. You're starting it. You're creating chaos. You're in the streets arguing and fighting, pushing your baby daddy. Why are you trying to figure out the legality of him getting cut with a machete? Talking about, isn't that attempted murder? No, honey child, it isn't attempted murder. But for the record, what you were doing to him was common assault. You assaulted him as well. So you talking about attempted murder, you better be concerned. I see that mosquito again. That the police don't come looking for you because they have it on a video. You assaulting your baby daddy. So they could very well charge you without a problem. Worry about yourself and stop getting mixed up in all of this foolishness. Oh my God. What a hot mess. Anyway, that's all I have to say on that. Take it or leave it, honey child. Because the next time you're writing about another video that's posted, oh yeah, can you take it? No, we're not taking it down. You need to stay out the streets. Oh, it can affect my job. If you have a job, you need to stay out the streets. Simple as that. Gilder says, liar, liar. She needs to come out of his life. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Raymond says, wouldn't let somebody put him in harm's way, but she's allowed to do it. Make it make sense. Leanna says, thank you. Yet the guy with the weapon was hitching up on the girl like they're together. Listen, this is what I'm telling you. Y'all like too much confusion. And then next thing you know, there's some big fallout from it. Leanna says she's going to be back on CMR. Well, that's entirely a matter for her because we have said our piece now. Let's move on. Ay. What a hot mess. These young people, they are so reckless with their lives. Yeah, you're right, Raymond. That's all I can say. No, sir. They're just absolutely reckless with their lives. It's like you guys don't appreciate how precious life is until something happens that you cannot undo. And then you're sitting there at somebody's funeral crying, or you're sitting in jail. Tell me, oh, I didn't mean to stab him. Remember the Spanish girl from up where that was, East End or North Side, that stabbed up that poor guy? And I mean, when I was sitting there during her trial, she ended up pleading guilty, and then she tried to undo it. What a mess that was. But I could not believe the irony. I'm like, life can be so cruel. It's bad enough killing somebody with your own hands and stabbing somebody that you claim you love. And then to find out that you are pregnant with his child. My God, you're going to have a reminder every time you see that child. How do you explain to that child one day when they're like, Mommy, everybody in school has a daddy but me. Where's my dad? How are you going to tell this child that, oh yeah, I killed your father in a drunken passion of the moment fight because we were one of those couples that was always fighting and carrying on? Wowee. No, sir. What a hot mess. I don't know. I do not know what to say. Ay. But y'all can't learn from other people's mistakes. You can learn from your own. That's what Aunt Lottie used to say. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. You can look around you and see and learn from what other people do and what they don't do and try to take life lessons from it. So very, very sad. Miss Gilder here has an opinion about this situation. She says, Raymond, she always do. Hot mess. I saw a picture of his injury when he was at the hospital. Chopped him right in the top of his head. He's lucky he did not die. Well, I hope the police are investigating this with a view to making some sort of an arrest of that individual. I think that, that's probably going to be GBH, assault occasioning bodily harm. My apologies, the sinuses. It's not really attempted murder. He was still talking and walking around and whatever. The injuries, although there was a lot of blood, because anytime you get a cut to the head, there's expected to be, but the injuries didn't look like they were life-threatening, and they would have to be life-threatening for an attempted murder charge. So I don't see that going on. Morning, Leroy. How you doing? Everybody wondering how Leroy's so late this morning. He might have been working. So yes, let's move on. Okay, so yesterday, and was it yesterday or the day before? Anyway, we got some clips from Parliament. It might have been last week. Oh, Gilder, he's your family? Well, listen to me, honey child. I don't know how he's related to you, but can you also take him aside and have a conversation with him? Because he needs to also leave this girl alone, right? If they're not together, I don't know what the status of their relationship is. You can co-parent, take a book out of the Kardashian manual. You can co-parent without being with the person and without all the drama. Just leave her alone. That's going to be in your best interest. You know what I'm saying? So I would not, yes, tell that boy to run if he got any sense. Both of them should run in the opposite directions away from each other. Don't make no sense. So let's move on. Speaking of waste people, let's talk about some politicians who are running this country. And it does make me wonder what that they be doing. Two things that they discussed recently that were of interest. I actually want to call Kenneth Bryan. Kenneth, are you listening to me this morning? Because you made some contributions to both of these things, in fact. And I want to ask you a little bit about this. All right. Let me see now. Kenneth Bryan. I don't think they're in Parliament anymore. I think they finished last week. So let's give him a call because I really do have some questions for him. 926. All right. Let's give Mr. Bryan, Honorable Minister Kenneth Bryan, a call this morning. Let's see. Oh, my congestion.
Hello.
Good morning, Minister Brian. It's Sandra Hill. How are you?
I'm okay. Am I live on radio?
Yes, sir. I was getting to that. Don't worry. But you know, anytime 7:30, 10:30, just assume you're live.
Okay, well, we can't speak right now. I have somebody here with me at my house.
Oh,
I'll call
okay.
you back shortly, okay?
All righty.
Okay, bye.
All right. The man busy so early in the morning. Oh, I got some questions for him. All right, we'll save the questions. So if we weren't live, would he have had time to speak? Okay. I guess he knows that it's live. We might go on for a minute. Andrew, this mosquito. One pesky mosquito in here. Andrew wants to know. Oh, I think I almost got him. Oh, man. Andrew wants to know if we do TikTok. We finally joined TikTok a couple months ago, but I don't know. We don't go live on TikTok. I don't know how to go live on TikTok. I don't know anything about TikTok. It's bad enough that y'all got me here on Instagram Live. Can we not be satisfied with that? I'm just saying. Only one person is watching on Twitter now X. It's sad. They better take your advice, says Yasmin. Well, you know these young people, child. They think they know everything. They talk about, you're a hard back woman. Yeah, I got 50 years of experience on you, so maybe you should listen. I'm just saying. All right. Book Sandy, you got time to... I got to go get my little zapper. That's what I can do, because he keeps evading my slaps. Probably bite me. That's probably why I'm like, I got mosquito bites on my arm now from yesterday. Okay, honey child, here we go. Let me see here. All right. We'll have a look at this video and then we're going to talk about it.
09 protocol services 934 is 052 for 24, 962, 998 for 25. Are there any questions? Mr. Saunders, and then the Leader of Opposition.
Well, the matter of seniority, I would yield to the Leader of the Opposition.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition
I
is
have
given way.
one quick question, ma'am, through you to the CAPSEC. How many people do we actually have working in protocol services?
CAPSEC.
We currently have 4 full-time staff in terms of full-time staff, and then we have some service providers, some contractors who provide services.
Let me just start right there. I found it a little bit peculiar that it took Mr. Samuel Rose, who the protocol office falls under, a minute to even know how many staff members he has in protocol. I'm not sure why he had to look through paper and why he had to think about it, because this is one area that actually falls directly under him in his office. How say what? Why you have to think about it and why you have to flip through paper to figure out how many people you have employed? It's interesting, and you'll see why here in a second. Let's continue to listen.
To us.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, follow up.
And yes, I do, through you, Madam Speaker, to CAPSEC. I believe that the person leading the team right now is in an acting capacity.
That is correct, sir.
Righty then. Hold your horses. Ooh, honey chat. He says, I believe the person leading the team right now is an acting. Yes, he's acting, and he's been acting for quite some time. We told you all that. This is not no secret. That the chief of protocol has been on leave for a minute, thanks to Chris Saunders. And Samuel Rose, who doesn't have the testicular fortitude to do the right thing. So the leader of the opposition says that the person has been acting, you need to say for quite some time. And what you should have probably pressed, which he does ask him right after that, like, is that person going to be confirmed? Listen to what he says.
And is there any timetable for either confirming or having someone confirmed into the substantive post?
CAPSEC.
Yes, sir. We do hope to have that resolved in the coming financial year. Definitely within the financial year.
The coming financial year. So when is that going to be exactly? That's a little bit, I'm still not convinced. When is that going to be? Next year this time? That'll still be that was part of the coming financial year. You see, there's a whole big mix-up story with this situation. It starts with Chris Saunders, and you're going to hear him speak in a minute, and then I'm going to tie it together a little bit more for you. But this should have been resolved a long time ago. You should not, with all due respect, Samuel Rose, have the leader of the opposition or anybody else in government asking you for positions that fall directly under you. Why has an HR matter not been resolved? A matter that falls under your remit for a resolution. What's taking you so long? Now, it strikes me as interesting because there are a number of people, a number of civil servants who are on leave with some very unusual explanations about why it is that they're on leave. The biggest issue for me is when you have these individuals on leave, they're not charged with any offense. They've not committed any offenses. They claim that, they're looking into something. How long does it take you to look into something and to resolve it? It shouldn't be 6 months, 8 months, a year, 2 years. Because first of all, you do reputational damage to people. Because, people, this is a small place. Regardless of why the person's on leave, people start whispering. They don't have the facts and they still whispering. You destroy people's morale as long-serving civil servants. So, I wouldn't feel any way if these individuals don't even want to return to the civil service. And now the government might have to look at trying to buy them out. It's kind of like the situation I mentioned with you guys in relation to Jennifer Ahern. This woman's a long-standing, serving civil servant. Now a politician has gotten in there, taken over that role, Kathy Wilkes. And she's saying, based on what John is telling her to say, don't work with her. You see, the mentality and the training that people, MPs and ministers like John has is under this former remnants of UDP, right? And they believe, despite what the Constitution says, that they can interfere in the constitutional separation between them and civil servants. So they'll do things that cause a civil servant to be put on leave. They will do things that cause frivolous investigations to be launched and then sit down and lie that it has nothing to do with them. Somebody say here, Samuel might have his own hidden bones. Well, let me be frank. Everybody got bones now. Everybody got a skeleton, closet with skeletons in it. And it's not always as hidden as you think. Because people know and people talk. And then the other thing to consider is whilst they are putting civil servants on leave, extended periods of time, they're getting paid because they better pay them. How is that value for the people of the Cayman Islands to have senior civil servants on leave and they continue to get paid? It don't make no sense. Okay? So there's a number of areas of concern, not just in relation to this particular question, but there are a number of people in the civil service who fall into the same category. You know what used to happen under the UDP government? McKeever did this with quite a few senior civil servants. He comes in, I can't work with her. It's so interesting that in 99% of the cases, it happens to be women that they can't work with. To me, that is not a coincidence. That is telling you that the civil service is still full of, and politicians, misogynistic, disgusting men. They wouldn't undercut the men, the good old boys network. They wouldn't undercut them the way in which they undercut the women. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of that here in a second when we see what Chris Saunders has to say on this, because he sits down and applauds, incompetence. And he thinks that that's a good thing. Let's continue to listen.
Follow-up, Leader of Opposition. Recognize Mrs. Saunders.
Oh, good morning, Minister. I'm not quite ready for you yet. Can I call you back?
Sandra, it doesn't quite work like that, sweetheart. I took time away from people being here at my home to call you back.
All right. Well,
I'm not even sure what it's about. So
okay.
you want to talk to me? You want to talk to me now?
Yes, I was just playing my videos to kind of set the stage. Well, let me go ahead and ask you two questions. One was in relation to the protocol office, right? So you were saying that there needs to be, or protocol, not necessarily the office or protocol. You were saying that there needs to be an expansion of who is entitled to drivers. Can we ask now who is actually?
No, I didn't say that, Sandra. Please don't mislead the public. I didn't say anything about drivers.
That's why we have you on the phone. Protocol services?
I said the protocol services.
Okay,
yeah.
what would that include
now, protocol
exactly?
services go way beyond drivers, right? I think another member brought up a driver for the Chief Justice, which I agree with. But I don't have a list of things. I'd be happy to go over and write down some things. And
well, what was in your mind when you said protocol services? What were you thinking about?
Well, so for example, if dignitaries come here or if other MLAs are driving. Now, there's no protocol problems with me because I'm a minister. Ministers get the level of protocol services that I think is deserving. I think if you have, say, for instance, a member from opposition traveling, they're still one of our member of our government. And when I say government, they help lead our country. They help us make laws, help us opposition keeps the government in check. So they're a vital part of the democratic process. But they're not always given the same level of protocol as other MPs. Now, obviously, the premier gets a driver and some other things outside of that. But there is what you call the basic level of protocol services for every leader that is necessary. And I've been to almost half of the Caribbean islands now as the chairman for the CTO, the Caribbean Tourism Organization. And whenever I go to other islands, some that don't have the democracy, the economies that we have, they may have better population, but they don't have as well formed structures as we do. Our constitutions are more advanced, but the way they approach their representatives or MPs are a lot more. There's more. I don't know. I don't want to make this sound bad because it could easily be set up as to say, "Oh, Canada thinks they're too special," but there's a level of dignity that's given to members of Parliament that I don't see it necessarily being the same way here. So to do a comparison, I would have to sit down and do the notes and show you. But I definitely think there needs to be a review.
Okay, so you're saying currently you have a driver?
No, I don't have a driver.
Okay.
There is protocol offers drivers for special events and stuff like that, but I kind of like to drive myself.
All right. So someone was saying that you and Minister Jay are being driven around in new Tahoes. So that's not true.
No, that's not true.
All right. So do you believe that ministers should have drivers?
Yeah, I think they should. Every other Caribbean island does, but I know just because another Caribbean island does it, that doesn't mean that we should do it. But I'll tell you this, I'll say this because I know.
But hold on.
Oh, look, San,
just one, but Christmas. I need to clarify something though.
I know, but you haven't allowed me to explain my answer for you yet. Because if you just ask me what you want to ask me, and then you leave it for the audience to think
I'm gonna give you an opportunity to explain, but you just confused me. Because
okay, well, let me clarify that. Okay,
right, go ahead.
So I do believe that ministers should be award drivers if they want it. I don't want a driver. Right, I'm fine driving myself. But for example, and you can let everybody in the country. I know this is Jay's personal life, but I worry about his safety. Jay is probably one of the most hardest working ministers in Parliament. I'm telling you that. I'm not asking you that. He works really hard. He's there first thing in the morning, and he's usually the last one to leave. And he lives in North Side. Many, many nights I see where part his body is just exhausted. He's nodding his head, and he's still giving commitment to caucus discussions or presentations. And then he has to drive all the way to Northside to get home. And I said to my colleague, I said, Jay, bro, you can't keep on doing this stuff. I'm worried about you driving all the way to East End. You're going to crash one night or fall asleep on the wheel or something. And he's doing the people's work. You understand? And I live in town. I live in my constituency, which is in the central part of town. I can get home in 7 minutes. But for a person like Jay, Isaac, or even the members in West Bay, after a long day's work, we don't do 8 hours a day. Normally our days are 12, if not more hours, because we're up from the very first time. We haven't gone into work. We're still working because the phone doesn't stop. Emails has to be checked, and we're stuck at the office. And even while we're driving from one place to the other, obviously with the phone on speaker in our cars, we're constantly working. So I do believe that ministers should be awarded, if they wanted, a driver. And it's not only because of the prestige of a driver, but for their safety. There's a reason why why they're given drivers. And let's not even talk about the security components nowadays. You realize, I was thinking about it the other day, right? And in all due respect to the governor, governor don't make laws that are controversial, that affect people's lives in a positive way, or some people perceive it in a negative way. One stroke of the pen can change somebody's life, right? And people get upset about things a lot. Particularly on your show, they'll call in and say, I can't believe the government has done this. And people may just feel uncomfortable one day, and it's the cabinet ministers that do the strokes of the pens, and most times not the backbenchers. And there is sometimes you worry about, oh my God, if somebody not happy with what we've done, whether they'll do something or not. In every other jurisdiction, they usually have a driver and somebody who's there to take care of them in case of somebody getting annoyed or want to do an MP something. You heard the stories that we've heard over the last 2 years of MPs being, targeted in some way, shape, or form. And politics is not what it used to be. And
well, I haven't heard those stories, but okay. You guys are being targeted physically?
No, I didn't say that we are. I said across the region. So for instance,
across the region, but that has always been the case. Politicians have been killed across the region since the 1950s.
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree.
Well,
my point is getting,
you don't have to agree with facts. I'm telling you, those are the facts. I mean, politicians in Jamaica. Who was the first politician in Jamaica to have gotten killed? That long time, 1960s.
Okay, so I just tell you what my thoughts are. I mean, you don't have to agree with them.
Well,
but those are my viewpoints.
Okay.
And it's going to get to a point where that will happen. Where that.
Well, I say don't even put it out there in the universe. You know what I mean?
No, not the negative part. I'm talking about the growth of our protocol services in respect to our society. I mean, as I said on the floor of the House, just 10 years ago, there wasn't even a consideration for a driver because we are very reserved and laid back set of people. We don't believe in that necessarily. And even give credit to Sir Alan McLaughlin. I remember when it was awarded to him, and I was his PA in 2013 as the Premier. He didn't even want to drive. He said, man, I don't want that. I said, Premier, it's that time now. There's an element of stature that comes with it, and it's appropriate that when you go to a function with dignitaries across the world, to come with the same standard that is expected for other regional leaders or global leaders even. And for a while we reserved taking those positions or those offerings in respect to whether it's a driver or somebody to pick you up and drop you off. And it's because in Cayman we don't believe that is necessary for our leaders. I mean, that's fine. That's okay. That's where our people feel. I mean, we work for them. But it sometimes we've actually had leaders go to other members. You guys don't have this. That's weird. That wouldn't be the case back home. And you can ask any other regional leaders. Matter of fact, I think you're a part of the territorial talks, discussions, and ask them how the protocols are with their MPs across the region. It's not like that, like how it is here in Cayman. So anyway, I only said that to say that the protocols, I think, needs to be reviewed. And it's not even about drivers, because drivers is only one component. There's other protocols. There's travel protocols. There's security protocols. A lot of other things. The ministers and MPs should have a level of security for their homes, not like a security guard outside, but should they be checking in the event somebody tries to break into their home to harm them for some reason or another. There's a number of things that are normally in play that happens elsewhere that should be happening here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Some people might not agree with it today, but I can promise you 10, 15 years from now, it's going to be the norm, because we always are just last to come up to par with these types of things. Not trying to make it any more
all right,
what would you call it, exclusive than anything else. That's not my point. My point is that it needs to be reviewed. It hasn't been reviewed in a while.
Okay. Earlier, you said two things, and that's why I wanted to stop you at that point, because I wasn't quite sure that I heard you right. Because you said that we need to get in line with what other people in the Caribbean are doing. And then shortly after that, you said the opposite. You said, we shouldn't be following what other people in the Caribbean are doing. I just want to clarify what I heard.
Sorry, I said, I know some people will say that we shouldn't be following what other people are doing. That's what I said. So maybe I spoke too fast. I said that other people are doing this, and I know some people would say we shouldn't be following other people. So maybe I wasn't clear on that part.
Right. Okay.
And I agree that we shouldn't follow it just because somebody else is doing it. We should do it.
So let me. I'm gonna.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna give you some of my thoughts, and then I want to read some comments, and I want you to digest some of this. Right. First of all, I know that you guys think that working 12-hour days or even 16-hour days is like a big deal. There are those of us who work that on a regular basis, who drive ourselves, and still have all these other responsibilities that we have to do. So the amount of hours that you guys work, I mean, forgive me for not really being sympathetic towards that, because I do that plus more every single day. And I live in Bordentown. Let's call it Savannah, Lower Valley. Right now, my newest business venture is all the way in West Bay. And every single day I'm driving up and down West Bay, making 1 million stops, doing school pickup, doing this. So, I'm not going to give you any sympathy for, we work a lot long hours and whatever.
I didn't expect any sympathy from you,
Sandra,
to be honest with you, because I don't think you ever give anybody sympathy. But that's not the point. The point is that you don't have to. I know that you would be a person who goes, no, politicians don't deserve that, right? I know that's how you're feeling it.
No,
but I'm not afraid to say my opinion
very
all
sympathetic, but Kenneth,
no,
I'm actually a very sympathetic person.
You're not sympathetic, Sandra,
but I'm sympathetic to people who need it.
We are friends. Let me be very cautious with that word, because I know how you feel about that word, friend. We're associates. We know each other.
And you don't think I'm a sympathetic person towards politicians?
You're not sympathetic at all. No,
you're
not sympathetic to anybody.
No, Kenneth.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sympathetic to people who need it.
You can be a little more fair. I think that it depends on what your day is like. Yeah, that's just the truth. It's just the truth. I mean,
well, let me tell you who I'm sympathetic towards.
Sometimes a lot of things, and I just go.
I'm sympathetic to people who can't help themselves. Old people, really young children, dogs. Politicians don't really get my sympathy. I'm sorry, because you signed up for a job that's paying you over $300,000 a year.
No,
so
you gotta pull up your
panties.
Hold on, let me address something for you, because I was something I was going to call in about, and I was like, you know what? No matter what you say, they're going to twist it and turn it.
Go ahead, tell us.
Let me make this clear. The Auditor General has included within the amounts of payments or benefits the money that goes to the office. Now, I have an office. I've had an office before I was elected, right? And I have to pay rent, light, water. Those monies are also paid to that. So my salary is separate and apart from that money that's allocated to that. But
hold on, she does give the salary breakdown, so I can pull up that document again. So she did one
because
with
you wrote up a whole amount annually, is what you did.
Well, I didn't actually write the article, but I do know. Let me try and just find the document here.
I know you didn't, because I heard what you were reading from.
Yeah, I was actually reading from the source document.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she has two categories. One was straight salary, And the other category was salary plus benefits. And the benefits doesn't include your office management. That's not what she was including in there.
No, not office management. The salary for payment to the office. The staff that work in there.
No, she didn't include that. She didn't include that in there. Okay. What do you mean your salary for? No, she just did. Hold on. Let me find the document.
Morning, ma'am. How you doing? I just on the phone with Kim and Mall Road, Sandra Hill. So she said that I'm not allowed to. I have to be ready to take calls first thing in the morning. She don't realize I talk to my neighbors and everybody else.
Lord,
give me 2 minutes.
Jesus.
Let me finish this call. You okay? Hold on.
No, sir.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Are you okay? Yeah, I see that.
All right, let me try and find this document.
You're gonna come back this way? Okay, give me five minutes and we'll talk, okay?
Oh my God.
Yeah, sorry about that, Sandra.
Kenneth. I'm trying, I mean, Honorable Minister, my apologies. I'm just trying to find the hold on now. Oh gosh, where is this document? I'm trying to find it real quick. But anyway, I feel certain, and anybody has it, just resend me the link. What she actually did was she did a breakdown of straight salary and then salary with benefits included.
So I don't understand the logic of the report because the salaries haven't changed in like 3 years. Matter of fact, I don't think it's changed in like the last possibly over 4 years. So why did this report come out just now? It was that way when Wayne was the premier. So what was the purpose of the story? I don't get it.
Well, the Auditor General does reports all the time. I mean, I can't tell you why she does reports. She was just looking at the civil service and what we're spending on employment relating to the entire civil service. It wasn't just ministers, or it wasn't just MPs.
Oh, you only focused on the politicians. That's what it was then.
Well, if you had,
I'm not sure what I just don't understand the logic because this is the same salary amount it was when I was in opposition to each position. So I don't, and I mean, like, listen, I know that people are going to say, "Oh, I'm not deserving of that money," but I tell you what, and I hold no shame in this, right? Over 70% of the money that I receive go back to my good people of Georgetown Central to help take care of them. So I don't have no issues with anybody who got in squabbles about how much money I am paid. Matter of fact, I wish I was paid twice as much so I can make sure the money gets to my people. So I'm not gonna hold back on. Now everybody's gonna expect me to say, Kenneth, be nice. I don't have no problems with the money I make. You know why? Because I take care of my people. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, most days my salary that I get is finished within 9 days of me getting paid. So I have no quarrels about that. And in respect to the cost of living, the ratio may seem like a whole lot, but in other jurisdictions, from a cost perspective and a ratio perspective of how far your money go, how much rent you have to pay, your light, water, and all those things, from a ratio perspective is not much higher than other jurisdictions. But anyway, no matter, you could never win this discussion because most people believe politicians shouldn't be paid anything. But I tell you what,
most people don't believe that. But anyway, I'm trying to pull up the report.
So how much do you think MP should be paid, Sandra? Tell me.
Listen, I've said this before, and I would say it again. Mm-hmm. I don't, in principle, have any issues with what politicians are paid if they were actually earning
but that's not what you make. That's not what you.
That's what I say.
Let's challenge that. Are you saying that I'm not deserving because I'm not working? Because I work my behind off every day,
Kenneth,
every night. I just don't understand the logic. You're my friend, right?
Let's
talk about it.
No, listen, Linda, listen. I have said
Linda?
it. It's a joke from earlier in the show. Just go with it.
Okay. All right.
I have said it a million times on this show. Pay politicians well, because the thinking is they're less likely to succumb to bribes and other things if they are well paid.
Good point.
However, I think that MPs should come with some degree of experience, qualifications, and hard work and returns. Right? Okay. So I would say, and I'm not going to address you specifically, but I would say that a good number of our politicians do not fit the bill when it comes to those criteria. Where else in the world can you go and make, even if it's $200,000 a year, and not even finish high school or not even have a bachelor's degree and can barely
people
read
that
and
don't
write.
finish high school, some people that don't finish high school can't be smart enough to represent their people. You know, it's the people's choice, right? And there's you see, I truly have a difference of view with that.
Well,
thinking
let me put it this way, because it isn't. Let me finish, because
all right, you're right.
You
finish
haven't
first.
you haven't heard my position in this. It's not just about not finishing high school. It's about the fact that they are not up to par in any other way as well. They don't have any successful businesses that they've run, because you can say, well,
So
somebody might not be.
Only business people can run for politics.
Kenneth.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you again. I apologize. Go ahead.
And you're trying to split hairs in a way that doesn't make any sense. But you know what? We're
No,
getting.
but that's what you do. That's what you do, Sandra.
We're getting off the rail here.
Too.
No,
but we have you can't handle it because you're being challenged.
Oh, geez, I'm
questions that you challenge
I can't
people
handle
to.
it. But I want to focus on the protocol.
I would love to do one show where I ask you some questions.
Come on.
Ask you some questions.
Anytime you're ready.
Here's some questions.
Anytime you're ready.
All right. So
can we get back to protocol?
Shouldn't be an MP if they're not high school graduates. So all of the young Kenyans who had issues or whatever didn't get a chance for some reason. I thought we were going to ask you a question.
No, but this isn't the show for that. You said that we could have a show like
Let's
that.
Go back to the MP.
Yeah, I want.
My apologies.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy for us to do that show, but I actually want to focus on the protocol thing, because I want to circle back to this question again, because I want to be very clear that I understand your answer. So you and Jay and other ministers do not have new Tahoes that you're driving yourself?
No, that's not what you asked me earlier.
Well, I'm asking you a clarifying. No. I'm asking you a clarifying question.
Go back to your show and all those.
No,
who may be
I
listening.
understood the question.
Kenneth,
I'm asking you a follow-up, clarifying question.
No, but that's not what you just said either. You just said, are you saying that you and Jay don't have Tahoes that we're driving?
All right. Do you drive a Tahoe that belongs to the King Mountains government?
Vehicle? Yes, I do.
Okay. When was that given to you guys as ministers?
Under the premiership of Wayne Panton, which was about, I think about 8 months ago. My memory serves me well.
Okay. So you're driving yourselves currently in a government vehicle?
I'm driving myself in a government vehicle, yes.
And presumably, government is paying for the upkeep, maintenance, and gas?
I pay for that myself.
You pay for the maintenance of the vehicle?
Upkeep. Yes.
So if it needs to be serviced, you're paying for that?
No, well, it hasn't had to been serviced yet. So.
But who pays for that?
Everything. But it hasn't had. I haven't asked the question yet. It's a ministry vehicle. I drive it for whenever my work and everything. And if it needs gas, if it needs to be cleaned, anything like that, I pay for it myself.
Okay, so at least the gas you're paying for yourself. All right.
No, we're not gonna have a gas gate situation with Kenneth. No worry.
No, I'm just trying to understand the parameters
Trust
of
me,
this.
you don't know how many things I do, and I go, okay, what would Sandra say here? Okay, no gas for me. I'm cleaning stuff. Nope, I clean it myself. No.
So Mall Road keeps you in check too.
Yeah. You might gauge. You might gauge.
You know what? It happens to me too.
I have an alarm system. Let me run this joke. I have this alarm system. It goes beep 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 beep. Sandy Hill, Sandy Hill, Sandy Hill.
Listen, when I park bad, I come out the car and I look at it and I be lazy, be like, oh, I can leave it. And then I said, nope, somebody's gonna send that to Mall Road. Let me straighten up.
Exactly. That's exactly what I do. And that's why I was so surprised when you messaged me about that car thing a couple weeks ago, because I made sure I said to the guy, I said, listen, I don't need to end up on Mall Road. You sure I can park it there? He said, yeah. Same thing. Anyway, continue.
All right. So we do have another caller who wants to join in. 1 second, Minister. We'll bring this caller on the call. Good morning, caller. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Sandy.
How are you?
Roy,
one more calling. Hold on, honey, Jill. One more calling in. Hold on. All right, Mr. Dexter, go ahead.
You can't win no argument with Kenneth, because in his previous life he must have been a woman.
Oh my God!
Hey, being a woman is not a bad thing, you know. Women are running the country, running the world today, man.
Oh my God, that is so funny, Mr. Dexter. We can always rely on Mr. Dexter to give us some good jokes. All right, thank you.
You have a wonderful day.
Thanks
you too,
very
sir.
much.
God bless and Merry Christmas.
All right, we do have another
And
call. Uh-huh.
You and Sandy, Ken, you and Sandy must be married.
No. Why, is it because of the
Oh,
wind?
Lord.
Yeah, with the argument.
No, sir. All right, next caller. Thank you, Mr. Dexter.
Right.
Next caller, please.
Hi, good morning, Sandy. Good
morning,
Minister Brian.
Good morning.
I would say I'm chiming in a little bit late, but I am also here to ask a clarifying question. Did I understand the minister saying that he is so concerned that he has to drive Minister Ebanks to Northside?
No. No.
I'm asking a clarifying question because I want to understand.
No, but he said he's concerned about him driving to Northside because he works so hard. He might fall asleep at the wheel or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to leave the minister there. And I appreciate that he's concerned about his fellow minister, but I want to know about what about the other hard-working civil servants? They themselves are working 12, 15, 18 hours a day. They don't have no escort. They don't really seem to have nobody to be concerned about them and how they're going to get them. And we have civil servants who work in the Eastern districts as well.
Yeah, they got to get up so early in the morning to just beat traffic.
Well, they got to leave their house at early o'clock. And then they get home at the next day o'clock. I mean, what about them? I mean, I'm not a civil servant, so I don't have no skin in this game, but I do have a lot of relatives who are civil servants, and I particularly have a relative who works not in the minister's portfolio, but who's a civil servant who also works those ridiculous hours. And I mean, I hear the concern for their safety, and there are more of them than there are of the two ministers. I'm just gonna drop a dime and leave it there.
All right, honey child. Thank you very much. We do have another call calling in. Another caller. Good morning, caller, and welcome to the program.
I've been trying to call you on WhatsApp.
Oh yes, but we can't take a WhatsApp call and a straight line call at the same time.
All right, so after I call you straight.
Yes, sir.
So I want to find out, right? Because I work at Eastern Avenue Rubis, right? And somebody said to me that the NICE program got cut short this year. But yet, the civil servants and the older civil servants are getting X amount of money. What happened to poor? Whatever happened to poor people in Cayman that, you know, they just want to go and buy a little bit of food at the grocery store and enjoy Christmas. The civil servants are making tons of money a month. Don't get me wrong. They may have hard times too, but I don't think that you should leave the poor man out of this game.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
All right, Miss.
All right, darling. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. I know. Thanks very much, Leroy.
All right, Mom.
I don't think that particular program falls under this minister, but I wasn't even aware that it was cut short. So we can certainly ask some questions around that. Before I read you a few more comments, Minister. So the Auditor General's report is entitled Remuneration of the Cabinet, Judiciary, MPs, and Key Management Personnel within the Civil Service. The most interesting thing about this really was that basically almost half of the budget of the government, almost half of the $1 billion, goes towards civil service related expenses. So we have $360.4 million for civil servants paid remuneration, $45 million for key management personnel, $35.4 million paid to key management personnel. It says amount paid to them within the service in 2022. 3.6 million goes to the top 10 earners in the cabinet, judiciary, members of parliament, and KMP within the civil service. And 3.3 million is cabinet members' remuneration. So the average salary, and I think this is where it was getting a little bit confusing. The average salary is $206,000 per annum, and average remuneration is $305,000 per annum. So when the Auditor General gets into the details of what that comprises, what you will see is that she talks about the fact that it is actually including benefits and so on. I think it was page 8, if my memory serves me correctly. when she starts to talk about cabinet. So she does a whole breakdown in chief officers, key personnel, members of cabinet earn a total of $3.3 million, and that's about $305,000 each in 2022. And then she explains how that amount has come about for those 11 persons. So it was $305,000. Salaries comprised about $206,000 on average. And then she included an Exhibit 5, which showed the remuneration by category. So it was salaries, allowances, healthcare, and pension. And then that's how
you realize that you did say earlier that the salaries was 300 and something thousand, right? And then you just clarified by reading the document that the salary is 200 something thousand, but with benefit or with allowances is 300 something thousand. So that's what I was saying to you before. You were reporting over $300,000 worth of salary, and that was not the case.
Well,
but it's neither here nor there because.
Well,
I mean, the average person who's going through,
like I said to you the day that I actually went through this on the show, we explained it in detail. So just like how I'm breaking it down here now, that was done. 1 second. Let's just join another caller in. Sorry. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra.
Morning. Not bad. How are you?
Okay. Morning, Kenneth.
Morning, big brother.
Can I ask what year that Tahoe is that you driving?
Brand new.
I honestly don't know.
It's a brand new one.
I have no.
I know.
You don't know you're driving a Tahoe? You mean it, and you don't know what year it is, Kenneth?
I do.
It's brand
I honestly
new.
don't know. I'm
2023.
assuming it's a new. It's a brand new car, so I'm assuming it's 2023.
It's brand new.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think they go in for $81,000.
Right. Times 11 people. Well, you better get on it. You better get on it, honey child.
I remember when poor old Elio got in, he bought himself a Mercedes and caught so much hell.
I know, right?
Man.
It's not my vehicle, it's the government.
I know it's not your vehicle.
You know, this is why MPs don't ever call you Sonia Sandra, because I'm trying to always be open to my people. And no matter what you say or what you do, you're gonna get bad licks for it.
Well, that comes with the territory. That comes with the territory.
But Sandra, how the government can afford to buy $81,000 Tahoe as a minister.
But that's not the case. That's not the case. It's not 11 ministers. God.
Oh, I just heard.
So how many Tahoes are there?
I don't know. You have to call government protocol and ask them. I don't know.
A government protocol. So whose budget did it come out of? Protocol's budget?
Sandra, I do not have all the answers that you are asking.
Oh, okay.
I'm only responsible for my ministry. I know my ministry has a vehicle for Ministry of Tourism. So please ask the questions to those persons. I can't answer everything because I don't know. If I say the wrong thing, I'll get in trouble for it. If I don't say anything at all, I'll get in trouble for that too. So I'm trying my best to always be honest with the people and give them all the facts, but sometimes I don't have all the information.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got my little at a 10 Tahoe, and I know how nice she is. So I guess you guys must be driving some really nice rides. Congrats.
And gas guzzlers at that. I mean, thank you, my dear. We couldn't find more economic vehicles in terms of gas as expensive as gas is. My God. Even for your own pocketbook, because you say you're putting the gas in it. How much does it cost to fill that up? That's got to be at least $100.
Actually, it's less than that, you know. It's a pretty economical vehicle.
Really?
They're building cars better. They're building my Ford truck cost me $125 to fill it up. This one less than $100, which is pretty good, even with the high prices that they are. You know.
Okay.
But Sandra, allow me to say this, right? Because I sit here and I talk about salaries and how much money we make and MPs make, and I know that there's a lot of people out there who are struggling to make ends meet. And it makes me feel uncomfortable talking about it.
Why?
And that's why I give out 70% of my money to my community, because I know my people are living in some difficult times. Cost of living is high as it is. And I want the people who are listening, those who are going through those struggles, understand. I understand. That's why I try my best every day to give as much as I can. So it doesn't feel good when your politicians or people feel, you know, boy, these politicians talking about all this money, this, that, everything, and my light bill, and I got no food in my fridge and all those kinds of things. So,
but I mean, the truth is, making $17,000 per month, That's salary. That's not their full remuneration package.
Do not say. Tell the truth, Sandra. Tell the truth.
What do you mean
Who's
tell the
making
truth?
$17,000 a month?
Well, when you divide, I mean, I just did the math, and on average, she said that the average salary, again, I'm looking at the report, is 200, and let me just back up here now. 206,000. So I took 206,000 divided by 12, and I got 17,166. You telling me my calculator, my computer wrong?
Listen, please make sure you tell the public the truth. And don't tell them that Kenneth Bryan makes $17,000 because that is not factual. On average across the board, listen,
206,000 on average.
Sandra, you see, this is a level of responsibility that you should have, right? Because you give information and people rely on you and believe what you say.
I'm reading from the Auditor General's report.
Yeah, but you just done a conclusion, an equation to do an average, right? Which is not necessarily
That's
the
what
case
she
for
did.
every person.
That's not what, those are not my words. It says salaries, comprise of 206,000 of this average. And then she broke down the remuneration. The total remuneration is 305 on average per MP, per cabinet minister. So, I mean, she's not looking at, I don't know why you'd be making any less or more than other ministers, but she's saying that.
You think the premier and the deputy premier and former premier used to make the same amount as me?
Okay, so they get paid a little bit more is what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I asked you a question, you didn't answer it.
All right. So how much more do they get paid? I mean, all we have to do is look.
You're good friends. I know you don't speak to the honorable premier that is there now, but you speak to Wayne. You can ask him what his salary was.
I would not be so rude to ask
but
anybody.
Well,
I mean, you're the one who's saying that this is like you're nowhere near making that. So I'm gonna say you're probably making 15,000.
You wouldn't ask him, but you would ask me.
Well, you're the one who's having the discussion.
Sandra, I'm not calling it show no more. You know, somebody just texted me and says, "Kenneth, get off that radio with Sandra." And
Why?
I'll send you a screenshot of it. I don't know because
because we're getting to the
me in a trap of some sort.
What kind of trap, Kenneth? We're just speaking the truth. Nobody.
Always telling the truth.
No one in their right mind who's a public servant is afraid of interacting with real media. Which, by the way, this comes to my second question, right? Let's leave this issue with the vehicles and protocol aside for a second. All right, you've made your case. You say that you believe that ministers, given the fact that you gave Jay as an example, some of them work extremely hard, blah, 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 that maybe they should be entitled. This is what one person said about this. We have other comments, but this is what one person says. So this person says, the other islands provide drivers, but use the military or police force. Those protocol officers do not pay for that service. Those protocol offices do not pay for the service where the office has to budget for it. There's an expense borne by the jurisdiction's military or police force. So that's how the other jurisdictions handle it. And then this person goes on to say security / driver provided by the military or police overseas. Here, those places say that they're stretched and cannot provide it. That's exactly why the protocol office here tried to cover the premier mainly. Now that the others want the service, maybe they should revisit the matter and come to some sort of decision and make the police handle it. So that's interesting. In the other jurisdictions, I'm being told that this is a matter for either their military or police.
That was some of my examples of why they should be reviewed to make it more standardized with other jurisdictions. Even if you compare, I wouldn't even want to use Jamaica because a lot of people have issues with things that happen in Jamaica from a political perspective. But other overseas territories like BVI, Bermuda, and so forth, you'll see their protocol services is totally different than what we have here. And by all means, I'm not saying that we have to be like them, but it's not a shunned thing how MPs are treated or the protocol services that are offered to them. In Cayman, we see things different, which I respect. This is my people's, the way I work is for my people. So whatever my people feel, then so be it. And Barbara, I'll throw the garbage. Don't worry. Thank you.
All right.
Anyway,
the other,
Sandra,
One other quick point.
Okay.
Okay. So the other question that we were going to
You
ask
said
you.
2, and now you're going to
This
15
is.
so far.
I mean, we have to ask clarifying
I'm
questions,
messing with
Minister.
you. I'm messing with you. I'm trying to keep happy for Christmas.
So the other point that you made during the same finance, what's it called? Finance
committee.
Finance committee. Thank you. As you were talking about the need for Radio Cayman to have, or I think Mr. Saunders brought up a public broadcasting TV, which I think you were saying that you were supportive of. I wasn't really too clear. But one of the things that you did say is that Mr. O'Connor is doing such a wonderful job over at Radio Cayman that you guys can't get that you guys can't get enough of him. So you think his show should be expanded to 5 days a week. I mean, you did say that. But you want it to be 5 days a week.
We love him so much, you can't get enough of him.
No. You said that you want it 5 days a week so you can get more.
Yes. I did
that obviously means you love it so much, you need more.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I didn't say it the way you said it, but yes, I think that OC's show should be doing 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. And my explanation on the radio, and I encourage everybody, I say, and not Sandy's summary, because she summarizes.
No, I'm gonna play the video so everybody can hear it. Okay. I'm gonna play that. That's good.
So what I said is that the radio show with Mr. O'Connor, who's a good man, and I respect him tremendously. He's one of my community leaders, so I just want to put that out there on the record.
Okay.
That is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And how the protocol works with the government station is every MP and department should have an equal fair share of opportunity. So Mondays are usually for government, Wednesdays are for opposition, and Fridays are for independent members. So you now have technically 2 independent members, the Honorable former Premier Wayne Panton, or Mr. Christopher Saunders. Then you have the official opposition, which is the progressive members, and then you have government. And that also has to be shared up with other departments that are doing things, whether it's hazard management or HSA or any other government entity that needs to get information out. So as you know, I like to try to get on and share information about what I'm doing and what my ministry is doing. And sometimes there's not enough space where it's all booked up and I have to wait like 3 weeks before I can get information out. And I think that it should be Monday to Friday every day, because it is the government station, but they only have limited time. So that's why I'm in support of that. And I'm in support of OC being the
I
host
mean,
as well.
I don't know if OC has that kind of time in his hands, but that's a matter for him. You guys do have CIGTV as well as government communications, all of which are responsible for getting your messaging out there. So you're saying all of that isn't enough. CIGTV isn't enough. Well, in the same segment, you guys basically admitted through Chris Saunders that that's a failure because they barely get any views. Government GIS isn't enough. They send out press releases every single day. That's not enough, which the regular media then picks up. So in addition to that, Radio Cayman, who the Premier has said is her favorite, news media, you're saying that now they need to they need to expand their show 5 days a week to be able to meet the needs of the cabinet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. Let me ask you one question. Are you guys concerned at all about the what's the word I'm looking for? Efficacy of his show? Like, does it matter to you whether anybody's even listening?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who listen to his show.
Really?
Yes, there is a lot of Caymanians who listen to his show.
Yeah, you have that information from where? I mean, how do you know who listens to the show?
Because I'm in my community and they tell me about when I'm on this show. They tell me about what was said in other shows. So
an independent marketing company, aka Tower Marketing, does an annual media consumption report. Last year's report, which would have been for the period, what year are we in 2023. So the report that came out this year, but it covered 2022, actually showed that he lost a significant amount of listenership in just that 1 year period. I think if my mind serves me correctly, and don't quote me because I'd have to go back and listen to it, his listenership dropped by some 30% from the previous year. But yet the government says he's doing such a great job and they want to expand that show even further.
Yes, and I support that position to expand this show, and I'll explain to you why. I don't think it has anything to do with the content of what he's speaking about. I think it has to do with, I must admit that I think Radio Cayman can be more up to the times. You've been very successful with what you do, Sandra, because you're more efficient with technology, social media platforms, and so forth. And if you recall, just recently, Radio Cayman, over the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, actually even got onto YouTube. They're not even streaming on Facebook yet, you know?
No, they were streaming on Facebook. They were streaming on Facebook, but nobody was listening. Nobody was watching. They were streaming his show and the midday show on Facebook every single day until recently. And nobody, we were talking about this on Friday or one day last week. They'd have like 100 views 5 weeks later.
Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about a lot of controversial stuff, and you go at people and all that kind of thing. So, I mean, you like to sell sus. Some people just don't like sus. You know what I mean? Some people just like a calm conversation without controversy. You know, and that's why you got. Come on, Sandra, you got to take it, right? There's not a lot of people who want to come on your show.
Really?
Because
that's weird. Because I get people wanting to come on here all the time.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think a lot of politicians like to come on your show.
This current government is a very different situation. But let me be very honest. Even some of your existing ministers right now want to come on this show, but they're a little bit afraid of Julie. So I don't think that that's the problem.
Well, I don't know anything about that, and I don't want to get caught up with it.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you the facts because I speak to these. I speak to these ministers myself. So, for the record,
so ministers are telling you that they don't want to come on because of the premiere?
Listen to me. 2025 will soon be here, and we'll see what the real deal is, right?
Okay, fair enough.
21% decrease in listeners.
I'll give you.
Let me just give you this from this independent survey. Between 2021 and 2022, right? OC's listenership declined from the number 2 spot to the number 3 spot, and given the fact that there's only 3 talk shows in the morning, it seems that he lost significant traction with a 21% decrease in people who say they prefer listening to him. And the great thing about this Tower Marketing Report is it actually breaks down listenership by nationality and even by educational level and by pay level in terms of what people make. So when you say to me that Caymanians are listening to him, I mean, I don't know, because here's a quote from this same Tower Marketing Report. It said Cayman Mall Road has the highest proportion of listeners who are female college graduates and Caymanian.
So you suggesting that we should shut down Radio Cayman?
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm trying to say, as a person who is, a member of this community, which means that I pay fees that go towards everything that government spends money on, right? Yeah,
your taxes help with this radio station.
Why are public funds, right? Especially for an entity that's in a commercial space and gets to sell ads, et cetera, why are public funds going to be increased in order for OC to go from 3 days a week to 5 days a week, and there's no performance matrix attached to it? You're not saying we need you to come back to the number 2 spot. We need you to be number 1. You're not saying anything about the performance. You guys in your head have this narrative that, oh yeah, I like him, so therefore he's doing a great job. Nobody's saying anything about him. He's a likable guy, and he may be doing a great job, and nobody's listening. So there's nothing that you can point to. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. You can go to both of those platforms, and you cannot show me where anybody is holistically listening to this show that you say so many Caymanians listen to.
Well, Sandra, I unfortunately have to disagree with you, right? Okay. Because I'll tell you. I mean,
show me the facts, though. I mean, you can disagree and have an opinion, but when we're talking about something factually going on, right? Right now, OC has 76 views from. No, that was Talk Today. My apologies. Oh, today's not Wednesday, so he's not on today. But if I go and have a look anytime, right, at his shows. So let's look at the show from Monday. Let me see. 76 views for yesterday's show. Was he not on Monday? Where's the video for
he's
Monday?
on Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. But I
Yeah,
think
so
the
he
show
should
is
have been
off
on.
now for Christmas. So.
Oh, he's off for Christmas. Okay. So the last
I
time
think
he was
so. I do
on
not
was
know that
Friday.
for certain, though.
Yeah, I don't see a Monday show, so maybe you're right. So the last time he was on was Friday, and on YouTube it has 175 views. How can you tell me that this is what quantifies success? Even if you're a blind person. I mean, listen, I get that the civil service isn't always about trying to quantify success. This is one of the big criticisms about the civil service is people say, you know what, these people are going to get paid no matter what they do, whether they perform or not perform. There's no performance matrix. There's no expectations. We pat people in the back and tell them they're doing a great job in the civil service, whether that's true or not. I mean, do you not agree, Minister? You tell me that I'm off the mark here.
I've been saying for the last 5 minutes, I don't agree with you.
Okay.
And I don't agree with the telemarketing data either. Because I'll tell you why. I think surveys are always done, and surveys aren't always 100% correct because they do a sample amount of a population. I know what you would call your grassroots Caymanians, your traditional Caymanians who will the Miss Aura Markfield or Mercedes Gillette or somebody in my community, Miss Lucille or somebody who sits at their house and they turn on the traditional way of turning on the radio. Now, granted, we're having another generation of Caymanians who are growing up and into a different media space. So I do agree that Radio Cayman has to come up to the times, but there is tremendous amounts, and I do this because obviously as a politician I need to know from a marketing perspective, and I come from a marketing background, who's watching and who's listening to what. So there's still a large.
Well, let me just clarify.
Caymanians.
You come from a media background, not necessarily a marketing background. They're two different things.
Okay, well I did have marketing training as well. That's why. But for the public's sake, let's just say media background. Okay.
All right.
And there's a large crossover in that respect too, right? So. But all the same, I speak to my community and I talk to them because it's important to me when I want to get my message out when there's a campaign time to say, where are the listeners and what demographics are they, right? So I'll call you during campaign time, say, Sandra, I need X amount of time on the show for the campaign, and I'll call Radio Cayman because they have a different demographic as well. So I do agree that I believe Radio Cayman can give you a little run for your money if they know what they were doing. But I'm not in charge of Radio Cayman.
If they know what they were doing, okay.
Well,
I don't know what that means, but that's good.
Hear me out.
So that means that they don't know what they're doing, but yet you guys are going to continue to expand and fund their services.
You see what you just did.
Did you not say if they know what they were doing?
In my mouth, and this is why people don't call in because I'm trying to answer you, and you are trying to turn it into a negative.
I'm not turning it. I'm not turning it into negative.
I do believe Radio Cayman can improve, and even yourself can improve, right?
Every day, I'm looking forward to it, honey. Yeah.
So I tell you what, if I was the media of communication, I would make sure they give you a run for your money. I'm not the media for communication.
So why aren't they doing it? Why wouldn't they be doing it though?
Call Honorable Sam Rose and speak to him. It's not under me. So
why aren't they giving? So what do you think it would take for them to? Because the premier also said that she's going to give Radio Cayman more money to level the playing field. I laughed because I'm like, level the playing field for a government-run entity that has a bottomless pit of money. The playing field isn't level, but it's not level for private media.
You can't have only your voice, you know.
I've never said that.
I know that you would want.
Oh my God! No, really.
But the country can't only have your voice. It has to be because sometimes you say things that's only one position. You're biased. You're biased, and,
my God!
And many of your. But it's a truth, Sandra.
Are you?
You have a particular viewpoint.
That's fine. That's fine. This is a talk show. And that's fine.
You said so yourself.
But
you said, listen, I have my viewpoint here. I'm going to sell my viewpoint on this point, right? And it's just like Fox or CNN in the United States.
Yeah.
One is Republican, one is Democrat. And the platforms have changed today. It's no longer being neutral and sticking to the truth. they will actually take a position. You've said so yourself.
Yeah,
about
that's a talk show.
Okay. So Radio Cayman is a talk show as well, right? So you need the other side of the story, because if the public is only left with one side of the story, then that person becomes all powerful. And I know as powerful as you are.
No. Let me No,
if we leave it just to you to have your only voice, I don't think that would be healthy for democracy.
Of course not. It's never healthy.
Okay, so
just like it's not.
Goal here, then. Let me say this last part. The ultimate goal here is not to say Cayman, Radio Cayman shouldn't get help, but what we should be talking about is how do we improve Radio Cayman? That's what we should be talking about.
Well, that's not what you guys are talking about. All you're saying is, let's spend more money in Radio Cayman. Let's expand Radio Cayman to more days. But no one has talked about. No one has talked about improving it. How have you talked about improving it?
Once you speak to Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Samuel Rose, he'll tell you every day I talk about the improvements of Radio
But you
Cayman
didn't talk about it in the Finance Committee. So how would we know that?
Well, that's true. You wouldn't know.
I mean,
you can't say I don't talk about it.
Well, I'm just telling you. I only know what I know.
Yeah, I know. And there's a lot of things you don't know.
Right?
That's
this
the
is
thing,
true.
Right? So,
well,
let's disagree with me and say you haven't done it if you just didn't hear it. Right?
Well, you haven't said it publicly. What I'm saying is nobody has said it publicly. The premier has said we're going to give them more money. She's not talked at all about improving what we're getting.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
All right, so I want you to listen to something.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, it's not gone. There's no prohibition against advertising in any media jobs. It's just that the mandatory requirement is that you must do so on this portal. I do hope that it wasn't principally advertisements for jobs that kept media houses going. I mean, the great deal of challenges to the printed media. I think we're all aware of that, and there are many who don't believe it'll be around in a few more years. Not that I'm an expert at that at all, but perhaps because I love print, I tend to have a more optimistic view that it will survive, albeit with significant changes. We see what's happened at the Compass, but that's the same, right across the developed world. But I really do hope that it wasn't sheer reliance on job advertisements that have kept media houses operating all these years.
That said, we've already seen the demise of, for example, Cayman 27. So, and I'm not casting judgment necessarily. My question is really just around a concern that independent media in a market this size clearly struggles, and that was a big chunk of their revenue. And I can't see most companies, unless they're just wonderful human beings, spending money when they don't have to for something. So I just was curious about your thoughts about that. Based on the premise that having media is important in the country just to keep us all accountable.
Yes, and of course, any media that is reliant on government to survive is really not independent media. So I think we I mean, Cayman 27 survived, quite frankly, for years because they just didn't pay the regulatory fees and so forth that they were required to pay. I think that a way has to be found. I mean, of course, the easy thing is for government step in and subsidize these places, but then of course you lose your independence, or at least the perception is that you lose your independence. So I think that, I mean, Cayman is big enough, wealthy enough now to support media. I just think more innovative means have to be found to ensure that it can be funded by consumers. I don't think that's something that government can fix without, of course, it being perceived that the government is controlling the media.
So, Minister, that question, it's ironic that it was coming from April's Radio Cayman, was put to the former premier during a COVID press conference back in 2020.
Yeah, I remember it. Clearly.
Yes. What are your thoughts on what he said? About government can't fix it by throwing money at more media. He wasn't specifically talking about Radio Cayman here, but by extension, he said media has to be independent.
Yeah, and I think there is a place for independent government-funded media. I think that we can structure it better. A matter of fact, one of my trainers in media, April Cummings, the same person that was asking the question to the former Sir Alden McLaughlin, former premier. She tried to, at one stage, I remember when I was actually at Cayman 27 as a reporter, she tried to get something like a PBS kind of setup where, you know, it has a board of directors and it has an independent management body other than the civil service directly. And I even know the cabinet secretary have discussed options that done research and how it would be done and so forth. And I just don't think it ever happened. I think that's where the space of Radio Cayman should go. That's just my personal opinion. And as we continue to, you know, examine Radio Cayman and any public paid for media broadcast, that should be the formula it works under. That's what happens with BBC. That's what happens with PBS. And they can have their own level of independence. I think that the current structure that they have gives some level of independence. Whether a person personally would be swayed by saying, oh, this is a minister, I have to agree with him, that's more of a personal thing. It's not within their written policies to say, oh, when a minister come on, don't disagree with him. Matter of fact, I've had quite challenging conversations with OC, challenging me as a minister too. So, and during Sterling Ebanks. So I don't think that they're not independent. I think it's more about growth of Radio Cayman coming into more modern space. But there is a place within our community for your traditional Radio Cayman listeners. I'm telling you that because I speak to I'm quite sure you get out into the community as well, Sandra. I speak to the old grandmas and grandfathers that sit down by their porch and they listen. And I give you an example. I'm going to put a little challenge to you this morning, right? As my friend, because, you know, we are friends, right? Says, and I've had, my phone keeps on vibrating. People say, can I get off that phone before she trap you? I'll give you an example. Watch this. Listen to this.
Well, I mean, you got over 600 people on live stream right now listening to you. I don't know what kind of trapping they think is going on, but all right.
That's good because people are listening and it's important for them to be in tune with what's happening. But I'll give you an example. So you get comments coming in and you will read the ones you want to read. I'll give you an example. Watch this. People listen to Radio Cayman, Kenneth, especially our seniors, and they don't watch YouTube. Why is she so caught up with Radio Cayman?
Where did that comment come in?
Came straight into my phone. I screenshot it with you.
No, you're saying that I read the comments I want to, but I mean, did that person send in that comment to be read on here?
No, they didn't. You know why? They do?
Okay.
Because people are afraid to disagree with you.
No, they're not.
People are afraid.
People disagree with me.
Yes, they
People
are.
disagree with me. All right. My show. Let's do a quick poll. Hold on. We got 527 people on just YouTube and Facebook. Another 61 people on Instagram. How many of you? The question is, how many of you are afraid to disagree with me?
Good question. So how many people?
How many people?
You know what? Hear me out. Not you carry the narrative. Let me carry the narrative for 2 seconds.
Okay.
So the listeners, hear me out, Sandra. Just work with me. We're working together today, right? For those who are listening to Sandra's show this morning, right? I know we all love a little good sus, man. Let me tell you something. Sometimes I get addicted to you, Sandra. I get up in the morning and say, oh, God, can I keep your head straight? You got work to do. Don't listen to Sandra today. She's going to upset you. For those of you who do think, you know, you're afraid to say something because Sandra may come off in a harsh way or challenge. Please be honest today and send her some realities, right? Because I think that sometimes, Sandra, you don't see the other side of it, right? Other members are very quiet and they don't say things. Now, granted, you do hold us accountable. You do say things about, you know, this shouldn't be done. And there is I always remember when I stood up in court for you and I said to the judge, when I was a witness for you, I said, there is a place for the type of media that Sandra does. Remember that? But there's also the other side of it, Sandra. there's a level of responsibility in respect to communications and public information that you have to also recognize. And it's important for your own growth to hear that sometimes you may go too far, or that wasn't too necessary, or people may be afraid to tell you the truth. Right?
All right. Let the people
read
answer the
comment.
question.
Let me finish read this question, and while the polls are coming in. So, are you afraid to say something and disagree with Sandra? Is the question, right? Listen to this. It says, why is she so caught up with Radio Cayman? This is the fourth time she's been talking about funds being injected to Radio Cayman. Telemarketing data is incorrect because
telemarketing.
Yeah.
All right. So hold on.
The person is talking. And then finish. I'm almost finished the comment,
okay.
And then you can respond. Telemarketing data is incorrect because I didn't participate in that survey. By the way, if CMR was talking about what is happening in the world, Cayman real good clean context, she would not have as many listeners. People follow it because it's the modern day Inquirer magazine. So these are some comments about your show, about whether it doesn't come off clean and granted.
But the question is
off air and on YouTube platforms and the cursing and stuff. That's not what we're talking about. But just balance position, because people want to hear both sides, right? And it's important that you offer both sides, because we all have a level of responsibility to say, listen, don't only take my view. Here's another angle, so the people can make their own choices. That's what we're saying. So, like I'm telling you, people will go. I've talked to people and people like, "Boy, Sandra's show was good today. You know, she had a good point there." And then another time they'll say, "Boy, you know, she will bias about that because she like this one or she don't like that one, and you want to make sure that one don't get elected." And she won't say that because of this. So you need to hear both sides for your own growth of your own show. Cayman Mile Road, because Cayman Mile Road is bigger than Sandra. I think you know that yourself, right? Because you've built something that has grown into that. So think about it from a perspective of information for the public to live and make decisions on. They have a serious decision to make in 2025.
Shall we let them answer the question now?
Yes. Let me shut up now.
Okay. All right.
All
right. Cameron says, them Hawaiian shirts used to get me. I don't know what that's about. Let's keep the comments to the question at hand. Good morning, caller. Question or comment this morning?
A few comments.
Okay.
I've never been afraid to disagree with you privately or publicly, but it's kind of hard to disagree with the truth when it's told. But I perhaps the minister could clarify from my understanding. I mean, I thought that different media houses, you know, they have their own biases and perspectives. You know, if we take American media, we have CNN, which is more liberal leaning. We have Fox, that's more conservative leaning. I mean, doesn't the responsibility fall on the viewership to pursue multiple perspectives? I mean, I don't think that it's the media's responsibility necessarily to represent both sides.
Well, I've always been, I mean, the minister can certainly contribute to that, but I've always been very, very clear, and I want to clarify it now here as well. There's a distinction in my mind between a talk show, which is largely opinion-based, and I do my best to try to base my opinions on factual stuff, right? So there's the talk show element, and then there are other elements of the CMR brand, including the website, which is strictly, you know, news and media about 90% of the time. So there is a distinction. I think people need to make the distinction between a talk show versus like when you're just doing straight news, like it's a newscast or whatever, right? So there are differences within a given platform. But Minister, you can certainly answer that person's question if you wish to as well.
I'm sorry. Can you ask the guest to repeat it again? I didn't quite hear it. Sir, are you there?
Oh God.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. He'd like you to repeat the
Can you
question.
repeat the question for me, please?
Well, it was more of a general question directed to the panel. Isn't it the public's responsibility to view multiple media sources as not necessarily
the media house's job to be balanced?
I mean, to be truthful. I mean, to represent facts as factually as they can. But I mean, can
Well,
anybody
that's a good-
really truly say that, you know, that their perspective is 100% unbiased?
Well, that's a very good point. So there's two things that you said there, right? One is that any other media house, they would have their own biases as well. So I agree with you there. So for example, OC show, OC will come with a bias. Every human being has a bias, whether it's 1%, 50%. So there's always biases everywhere you go. But when I was trained in media, I was taught that your ultimate responsibility is to be as 50-50 as you possibly can. Now, that's never usually the case. It's always at 51 to 49% or any other variation. But you always try to stay neutral with the information so you can prevent the facts so that the listener or the viewer can make their own conclusions. So, but the world has changed now, where it's no longer, you know, all sources of media are trying to do that 50-50 split. What you're having now is some media saying, I'm ultimately to the left, and the other one is saying, I'm ultimately to the right. So media houses, so the customer, the listener, the viewer is forced to, if they want to come to a conclusion, have to go to multiple sources on the opposite side of things and draw their own conclusion. So, for example, in the United States context, I see Americans having to go, let me go over to Fox and hear what Fox is saying, and then go over to CNN and hear what CNN is saying about one particular topic, and they come to their own conclusion because they know both sides are going to be biased to one side or the other, and they never know who to really believe. And that's why I was asking Sandra earlier, do you think that Radio Cayman should be gone? I don't think so. I think they need to improve so they can be an opposite side to what a Sandra or Cayman Marl Road offers. Because, Sandra, you have rightfully said before, you know, I have my own biases. I try my best, but I have viewpoints. Say, for instance, there's some media houses who are strong on the environment. Some media houses are strong on development. Some people are strong on same-sex equality. Some people are strong on sexual offenses, which I'm proud of you for, Sandra, by the way, that you take a strong stance on that and you push that very heavy. So you have different angles. And I guess that's my answer to you, is that maybe you're right. Maybe it should be the listener and the viewer's responsibility to not take all the information from one source and try to be able to go to somewhere else as well and assess it for your own self.
Okay, let's read some comments.
Minister Brian.
Yes, sir.
I'm really surprised to hear that you're proud of Sandra for supporting the same-sex thing. I mean, weren't you one of the people that voted no on the civil partnership?
Yeah, I voted no because the people that I represent said they didn't want it, and that's my job.
So are you representing your people by saying that you're proud of Sandra for standing up for the LGBT community?
No, that's not what I said. I think you should get a job with Sandra. What I said is, Sandra, I was proud of her about the sexual...
Sorry, I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking a clarifying question. I wasn't clear on what you were saying because there's
I said I was proud of her about... No, I think you misheard. I was talking about a number of subjects. The part I was proud of her about was her stance in respect to sexuality offenses. So you hear her talk about rape and children molestation and stuff like that. She's always taken those things very seriously. She brings them to light about
Sandra,
things that are in the court.
Didn't he just say same-sex people?
No, he said that beforehand, and he quickly went on to talk about like protecting. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he meant like offenses against children, that sort of thing.
I guess we can always play it back.
Yeah.
Anyway, Minister, thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. All right, so just to read through, let's see what people say to answer the question. So a person says that 50-50 is for newscasting. A talk show has very different parameters. This other person says, I know it's a talk show, but what makes biases come in? Because it's a talk show, and talk shows are opinion-based in nature. That's what a talk show is. It's not a news show.
So if it's opinion and basis, right? Which I'll agree with you there. If it's opinion basis, is that then an indicator that people shouldn't take the information from your show as something to make their decisions on, because it's only based on an opinion, not a fact?
No. I just said, listen carefully now. You got to follow the trail. I said that I'm the type of person who tries my best to base my opinion on facts, right?
Okay.
So let me give you an example, and then I do want us to read, because people are actually answering the questions. So I want to get some of these, right? So take, for example, I have an opinion about Chris Saunders as an MP, okay, as a representative of the people. that opinion is not a favorable opinion anymore. Why? That is based on what I factually know about Mr. Saunders and his behavior. It's not just because I don't like him for some personal reason or he gave me the side eye, whatever. That opinion is based on facts. So that's where I try to be, and I encourage people to be, because I know we human beings are full of biases, left, right, and center, but I try to encourage people, right, to be as logical as you can be, even when it comes to whether you like somebody or don't like somebody, or however you want to term that. It's like my opinion of McKeeva Bush. He's a person that I have tried to give numerous opportunities and chances to say, okay, let me look at this individual from a different direction. But because of his continued behavior, right, my opinion has been shaped on those things that I know. So let's read some of the comments.
Sandra?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to politely ask you to excuse me now.
That's no problem.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate the time.
And the people who called in, I appreciate you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year when it comes. If I don't speak to you again, God bless you all, okay?
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas.
Okay, take care.
All righty. Okay, so let's read the comments. The question, folks, and feel free to call in the minister. The line is free. The question, and I'm going to scroll forward here to when people started asking the question. Marshall did say he put his foot in his mouth when he said, if Radio Cayman knew what they were doing. I mean, I caught that too, but anywho. So let's see, where do people start answering the question? I think it's, let me see here now. Need to fix up Radio Cayman nice because bookings for air show for 2025 campaign, Cameron. Oh, that's an interesting comment. Basically, Darlene is saying that ahead of the election, they're trying to fix up Radio Cayman so they can get all the airtime. Morning, caller.
Thanks, Sandra. How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing good. Actually, it's an interesting topic because I was reaching out to OC a week or two ago to discuss actually my observations on Radio Cayman.
Oh, okay.
And unfortunately, I got through just before they went to a half-hour news break. They said call back, and I couldn't get through. And because they were discussing the same topic of the premier allocating funds and why they should. And let me just say unequivocally that Radio Cayman needs to be, the government needs to invest in Radio Cayman and ensure that it has the most up-to-date broadcasting equipment, simply because it can even be argued that it's in the interest of national security and everything else. And as we know what happened during Ivan, and when private entities get into business and something happens, there's no guarantee that they're going to, if they've gotten damage beyond, reasonable repair in their financial terms, they may actually redo that, right? However, having said all of that, part of my whole argument is that it should almost be treated like NPR, National Public Radio. That's a U.S. version, which is a not for profit, and they receive donations from corporations and very wealthy individuals to ensure a fair and unbiased media broadcast. And case in point, government is the function of government is generally agreed. This is not just my opinion, but I also is a position that I do hold, is that government's function is not to compete with the private sector, but to provide a platform for the public sector to thrive and grow, thus create unemployment and therefore social and economic stability in the country. So they shouldn't be necessarily competing with the other private broadcasting companies in terms of advertising funds. Okay. And the reason for that is that whenever you have a government entity that is seen to be that it needs that advertising dollar to continue broadcasting, means that they may temper what they report, especially when they're doing a report on an entity that spends significant amount of money with them throughout the year.
Yeah, which is what Alden just said. You can't have independent media that's government funded.
Correct. So to me, I don't think that the government shouldn't be Radio Cayman should not be competing for those advertising dollars. Because I also think that the biggest complaint that I would have with them, or criticism that I have of them, is when when members of government, for example, like the minister who's just on, which by the way, I agree with a lot of what he has to say. And the wonderful thing about that is we don't agree with everything, and that's how it should be. Right? If everybody agrees, then something is wrong.
Yeah.
But because everybody has different perspectives. But for example, whenever a minister is on air, we are bombarded. I think if we're about to distill it down to how much time is spent on a show versus how much of that show consists of commercials and vignettes, historical vignettes, and everything else, when you're dealing with matters of government, I believe that all of that should be suspended. Even if it is that my company is paying to advertise on there, I think there should be in the contractual agreement is that whenever a government minister comes on, we will continue to advertise your business in the form of, it is now 9:00 and this chime check is brought to you by ABC company, and continue on with the conversation, as opposed to having to listen to a 30 or 60-second reel, jingle or commercial, because it is about the country's business that these ministers are on, and these ministers' times are very valuable. So I think that, the government, this is where they should cut through all that and be purely informational based. And then, when they have the music hours or whatever it is, then they can go ahead with their commercials, what have you. But primarily, private entities, private broadcasting entities should be the ones out there competing amongst themselves for it. And the government, it should just be established that Radio Cayman needs X amount of dollars to operate in an efficient and professional manner. And this is what it is. And it shouldn't have to be reliant on generating a revenue. Right. And so that's my take on that.
Thank you for that. I mean, I don't necessarily have an opinion in that, but I have heard other people, even in the media, especially radio stations, have said that Radio Cayman is trying to have its cake and eat it too. So they're trying to be a government-owned entity, but they also out there selling ads, getting advertisement, getting revenue. And, they don't think that that's fair. To me, I mean, I've never...
Again, that's why I started out with saying what I said. Government's job is to provide a stable platform for private entities to go out there and thrive and make business, not to compete with private entities, with a private business. That's the long and short of it. So with a very rare exception, say, for example, like a Cayman Airways kind of scenario, again, one could argue that's in interest of national security and the best interest of the people, in that whenever a storm comes here, every private airline is going to say, our insurance not covering this, see you later, you all fend for yourselves. Well, Cayman Airways can take that position. So those are unique situations, which is unique to also being, an island. So having said all of that, just to button up and close out here, I also want to respond back to what Minister Bryant said about being scared of you. Yes, there's actually a fear, Sandra, that, I always tell people all the time, what you don't understand about Sandra, and I know this about you, and even when it comes to me, if you and I have some sort of fallout, I know I better put on my thickest flak jacket, because I don't get shots fired and I just hope I can survive. And
the question.
Hold on, let me be fair to you.
Yeah.
Let me be fair to you. Let me just say that what I also know, and I tell people is that it could be your mother. You're going after each and everybody if you feel, and I'm not saying you're right all the time. And in fact, there's some things where I agree with Minister Bryant. There's some things that doesn't need to be done or said or highlighted, and there's some things that can be said that doesn't, that goes a bit far in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So you like it or you don't. And if I want to tune in, I tune in. If I don't, I don't. And there's times where I don't. And I just happen to be. I happened to jump in this car and was on the station, and I heard that conversation, and it piqued my interest. Otherwise, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't.
Let me clarify the question, though. The question isn't whether or not you're afraid of the cold hard truth. The question is, are you afraid of sharing your opinion? Those are two very different questions.
So I personally am not. But what I'm saying to you is, what I'm finding in my conversations, and this is all anecdotal, this is not scientific. In my general conversations, people actually ask me if I'm not scared that you'll come after me when one day I fall of your.
No, but that's not. But that's a different matter. People are afraid of being held accountable. They're not afraid of sharing their opinion. And the question and the point that the minister is making is he believes that there are people who are afraid of coming in the chat, sharing their opinion, calling on the radio and sharing their opinion. So those are two very distinct things.
It's well, like as in life, nothing's black and white either, too, right? So all I can say to you is that people always tell me, "Boy, you're brave." And I don't think it is. It's just that we all have different personalities, and there's some personalities that are actually like mine, but can't be bothered to call in or wouldn't be bothered to call in. And so for me, is I always believe that in a community, participation is always required for better growth and understanding of each other. And so that's why I choose to do it. And as you notice, I don't do it very often. But when I do, I like to think it's a substantial topic in which to participate. And with that, I bid you
thank you so
Merry
much.
Christmas and have a great week.
I appreciate it. All right. Appreciate it. Okay, let's read some of the comments. So again, let's be very, very clear about what the question is. Because in order to answer, I remember when I was in law school, the professor would always say, preparing for exams, read the question carefully. Because some people spend the entire 2-3 hours of an exam answering a question, but not answering the question that was actually asked of them. And there is a huge difference. And I've seen people fail law school exams because of that same reason. So Leroy says DMS and Cayman Mall Road are the best. Let's see if we can get y'all to answer the question. Siobhan says, what's he talking about? Can't even take an example lightly. Alice says, not me. So she's not afraid of sharing her opinion. Alejandro says, well, no weed, no vote. I'm not sure that has anything to do with the question. Siobhan says, I'm not afraid to disagree with you or anybody. John LaRue says, I'm absolutely not afraid, but you threaten to block people too. John, I ask you a question here. Of the thousands of people that listen to the show every single day on social media, how many times has that threat ever been made? And how many times has it ever been utilized? I think 2 people, correct me if I'm wrong though, because you guys know who those 2 people are, have been blocked from this talk show. And it had nothing to do with them disagreeing with me, because they were disagreeing all the time. It was disrespect being shown to other guests or not following some other rules why they got blocked. Is it 2 or 1 person that's been blocked? I can't remember now. And fake accounts get blocked because they're just here to troll and pretend like all of a sudden, like Summer McField. We've never seen Summer McField in the comment section ever. You just show up today and it's like, ooh. Oh my gosh, hello? Hi.
Yeah, morning.
Oh my gosh, my ears. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. Sorry about that. I had the radio on.
Okay. Are you afraid of sharing your opinion on this platform?
Me? No, you know better than that. and afraid none of them. And the only person I fear is God. God Almighty. That's the only person I fear. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to find out what's the big deal that the minister didn't want to say exactly how much money he made.
I mean, I don't know.
That's public knowledge.
Well,
but it come in like he hiding something. I mean, what a big deal is.
Yeah.
You make $12,000, $15,000, $17,000 a month. I mean, what's the big deal? Why were he skipping around the question and all that for? And remember when you asked him the first question about the driver, he never come out and say now. He was like he was on what you call it now? What integration?
Integration. Yeah.
He never come out and say
interrogation
and say, well, no, we're not got driver, but we drive ourselves.
Right.
He made you pry that out of him.
Yes. And you see, let me say this, caller. That is why when he's saying, oh, people tell him don't come on this show, it's because maybe it does have something to do a little bit with my law school training and my previous media training. But when I hear, like I just said, answered the question, when I hear someone not exactly answering the question, that they skirt around, they answer in a back doorway, I come back with a follow-up question for clarity. So how many of you, if I didn't ask the question, do you all have new Tahoes parked in the government building in the basement? How many of you all would have known that here today? Nobody.
Thank you.
What? Because when I said, do you have drivers that are driving you around in new Tahoes? No. We're not going to drivers drive around in Tahoes. That's because you're driving yourself. But you see, it almost comes across as being dishonest when you could have just said, like you said, no, we don't have drivers, but yes, we have been provided with government-owned vehicles, brand new Tahoes 2023, fully tricked out to drive around in.
Yeah, I want to find out if they're bulletproof.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question. There's no need to skirt around. All right, let me get to these responses. Thank you, honey. Blackberry says, me not afraid, and I've opposed CMR on various occasions before. Curtis says, I agree with you, Kenneth. So, Curtis, does that mean that you're afraid? Because you being here disagreeing with us all the time. Rough C said, I'd be afraid to say certain things because Sandy will block you. Certain things like what? What certain things? You can't disrespect in particular guests. I mean, depending on what you say, may allow a little bit of disrespect, but you can't disrespect guests. And that is what has gotten people blocked before. Y'all seem to have very short memories. Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Morning, sir. Are you going to answer the question today? Yes, sir.
I'm on air?
Yes, you're on air.
Okay. The question is, what again?
Are you afraid to disagree on this show with me if I have an opinion on something?
I've been cussed out by you so much that I fear nothing, to be honest with you.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
As long as I keep getting the dry up brownies, I could basically deal with it. You know what I mean?
How were the brownies this weekend? They were a little bit different.
Yeah, that white powder thing not gonna work no more. Don't do
Jeez, I'm peace. Can't try nothing new with him, you know.
No. Just keep it basic. I'm a basic guy. But back to your question.
Yes.
You got to be a strong person to engage with you because you are a strong person and you have a very clear sort of direction as to where you want to go. The funny thing about politicians not trusting you or potential candidates not wanting to be on the platform, whenever they announce next election, you are going to be the first place that everybody shows up and wants to do a segment with and calls with. So it's conveniently it's convenient to say that you're that they're fearful, because when the needs dictate how to spread their message, they're going to go to the platform that gives them the widest bandwidth and interaction with the people.
Yes.
So I don't fear anything. I don't fear anyone. I fear God. Well, that's a lie. I fear you if I do something bad, and I fear Pilar, to be honest with you. But outside of that, I don't really
and
fear
you see,
anything.
Yeah, and you see, that's the difference, right? I think people are confusing two things. People are fearful of getting called out for wrongdoing, and that is a legit fear, because like the last caller said, we will call out any and everybody, right? So nobody's safe from that. But sharing your opinion because you have a different opinion, that's a very different question. All right. Thank you for weighing in on it.
I'd go a step further. Where your platform is incredible for the country, nothing is off limits. You take on topics that we've known about for decades that nobody else would consider touching. And it's not until CMR and the CMR Mafia and Auntie Sandy address it that it then becomes topical, and you then get people trying to opine in leadership positions and so on and so forth. I'll give you an example. Mr. Manderson's good guy, solid guy, super respectful guy. You can call him or anybody at any time, and we get more clarity on a situation when you call in than what we do when we call into any of the departments. And for that reason alone, when you look at the sexual predator stuff and all the things that you've been a champion of for decades, that's what separates CMR from everything else, because it is the cold, hard truth. You might not like to hear it, but you're going to go straight at it. And we have a platform where we can engage, ask our questions, and feel part of the national discussion. So thank you for that. And again, if you're weak and you're fearful and you have an agenda, don't call Auntie Sandy. But if you're doing it the right way, this is the place to be.
All right. Thank you very much. Pull a question up on the screen. Thank you, Kevin. Aliana says, who? I'm not afraid at all, but love you, Sandy Hill. Sometimes no, Marlon, not the way. What? Summer Macfield, first time here commenting on the show. Welcome, Summer. So glad to see you here. We hope that you'll return. Says, it's true. You will block people if they comment things that you don't agree with. And Summer, I challenge you to give some examples of where that's been done. Who has been blocked because they said something I didn't agree with? Put your mouth where your what a saying is, put your something where your mouth is. Whatever. So show me one example of that. No one is afraid, but you love to block people. Really? I have blocked so few people. We have over 80,000 people following us on Facebook alone, and very few people have gotten blocked. Darlene Mackenzie says, Sandra, words hit who in the wrong and who want to have their way. I don't want to listen, carefree style. Alejandro says, I agree with the minister 100%. And Alejandro is on here disagreeing all the time. Blackberry says, on the other hand, not everyone wants confrontation, so they prefer to remain quiet. And it's not even confrontation, Kenneth. It is people don't want to be challenged. And that's a difference. There is a significant difference between confrontation and actually being challenged. So even the minister says, oh, people tell him don't come in here because she's gonna put you in a corner. And for me, when you work for the people, you should have no fear of being challenged and simply telling us where you stand and being very, very clear. So if you say something to me, and maybe this is the biggest difference between us and Radio Cayman, I'm not going to be like, oh, okay, let's just move on to the next question. I'm going to be like, hold on a second. You just said this, but you've said this before and contradicted yourself. Or can we get some clarity on exactly what you mean by that? So look at the question that we started out with this morning. Protocol. You believe that ministers should get drivers? Yes, because everybody else in the Caribbean is doing it. Okay. I saw some of your comments about, yeah, because now we can follow fashion with everybody else, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, people who work in protocol regionally are messaging me saying, yeah, but that's not how the Caribbean does it. Right? And everything in Cayman relation to the Caribbean, price-wise, we're going to pay 5 times the amount for it. When you guys are already making, on average, way more salary than any other MP in the Caribbean could ever see. $17,000 per month on average. And they're talking about, well, maybe they're not making 17, they're making 15 or 16. Come on now. You know what it is to make 15 grand a month and not even be qualified? Judges are making that. And they have law degrees. They have years on the bench, years of practice in a particular profession. They're experts in their field and they're making that salary. And someone who has no qualifications, no job experience, has never even barely held a job can jump up and make that kind of salary. And you think, well, you know, it's okay. Good morning, caller.
And you also forget that with judges, that judges also have to be of high moral caliber.
Yes. And they can be removed and they have to be held accountable.
Well, the point I wanted to say, because I was listening to some of the other comments that you were reading on air.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think what people should do is, hold your opinions lightly, and always be willing to admit to yourself, I don't know everything. There's somebody that might be smarter than me in a particular field. I mean, if you know your stuff, you know your stuff.
Right.
But when you're engaging in a conversation and you hold that attitude, and you can be holding a conversation with someone else who has a completely different opinion, but you don't have to be afraid then. Because how many times have I called in and I've asked questions, because I'm not clear, or, I had only a partial image, and, through calling in the show and hearing other people talk, okay, now I get a rounder
perspective.
I mean, doesn't mean that I necessarily will end up agreeing with the person, but at least now I can appreciate where other people are calling from. And I just think people just need to.
And you know what else is so funny? And this is just my opinion, and obviously people can disagree or not, but I think of all the talk shows out there, we have the widest breadth of, and in fact, I should say that this just isn't my opinion, because the market research shows that our show has the widest breadth of diversity amongst who it is that's listening, education, nationality. Like, we were the only talk show that had almost an even split between the nationalities. So they had Caymanians, Jamaicans, and other. And we were the only talk show that had it even split. Some had peaks, like more Jamaicans listening, more Caymanians listening, or whatever. Although on average, we slightly had more educated female Caymanians. That was our top listener. When they looked at it solely by nationality, it was like 1 or 2 percentage point, which is kind of interesting, because you hear people calling on the program and commenting all the time that are Jamaicans, that are Filipinos, that are from all over the world. So I again, and I'll take this as an opinion, believe that we actually have more people of a diverse group sharing their opinion than not. So Michelle says, Kenneth is speaking truth. I don't think people are afraid to speak the truth. But if people disagree, it gets crazy. Tasha is so funny. She says, I pick my battles wisely, and one against Sandy Hill is not one. You see, I think this is really what it comes down to. People are used to having an opinion and never having their opinion challenged, whether it is true or not. And maybe that is where I'm a different cup of tea completely, because I will challenge you. Yes, caller.
Sandra.
Yes.
No, I was just gonna say, but you see, that's the thing. Is like when you surround yourself with people who believe exactly like what you believe and think exactly like what you think, and just sort of repeat the same opinions, you begin to delude yourself into thinking that is reality. So as soon as somebody comes around with a different opinion or a different viewpoint, all of a sudden, it's the whole nocturnal uprising, and it's well, okay, well, we have to defend what we have to say, and it's sort of like this combative energy. And if people would just, one, develop critical thinking skills, two, form an opinion based on fact and not what other people are saying or received information, and three, engage in conversations with different people from different perspectives, they wouldn't have any fear of disagreeing with anybody else, whether it be you, whether it be the minister, whether it be anyone.
And what's the fear of being challenged, especially by someone who's passionate? I mean,
well, because ego gets involved, and that's what I said. Like you need to humble yourself and admit to yourself you don't know
Summer
everything.
says, and you love to interrupt guests. I love to interrupt guests.
It's your show. I mean, you interrupt me all the time, and I have to sit back and listen, right?
Thank you. Johan says some people are reserved / shy. Not everybody is brave enough to engage on CMR, but CMR is not a platform for weak people / politicians or those that do not want to be challenged by Auntie Sandy. Miss Moya says, no, not me. As the old people say, my mouth don't join church. I comment how I feel each and every time. She may or may not agree with my stance, but I speak my truth each and every time. And as a 5th generation Caymanian, I don't listen to Radio Cayman, nor do I relate to any content or person on that channel. Oh, shoot. Snaps. Next caller, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Not bad.
Are you afraid?
I actually thought about answering when you asked how am I. I was thinking about saying afraid, but that wouldn't be true. So you just said that judges can be removed, and this I'd like to raise a very important issue, and it relates to the case that you're dealing with yourself. And I have a serious concern with how the machine known as government deals with the public. I take great offense to the fact that the court would require you to remove an article from your website that was the truth. The truth not being a defense is a serious threat to freedom and everything that we know and think about the way we live. And the average person may not understand why this applies to them. And they may think it's your problem, it's your case, and they don't have anything to do with it. But they're dead wrong. It has everything to do with all of us. And the reason this is coming up is because you said that judges can be removed. And the reason this is problematic is that someone that you and I know went to court and sued a judge. And Section 29 of the Grand Court Act says that you can't sue a judge unless the judge acts maliciously. But unfortunately, what the court decided was, oh no, because you can't sue a judge in the UK, we're going to apply UK case law to invalidate Cayman statute and say, no, you can't sue the judge. And that's very, very problematic. And yes, judges should be able to be removed. But unfortunately, they have moved themselves into a statute into a position as to where they're actually above the law and can't be held accountable.
Okay.
By saying you can't sue the judge.
I don't want us to completely go off topic here, and this is a little bit going in that direction. But when I was making that comment, I was actually thinking of a judge right here in Cayman who has been removed from the judiciary. So we might be talking about different types of scenarios here, but you can't say that a judge can't ever be removed. There is a process to remove judges. So it might not be the way that you want it to be, but the point is it's more of a process that we have to remove judges than we have even for our own elected officials.
Yeah. Well,
that was the point I was trying to make.
No, I get what you're saying. But this case is recent. This is post what you're talking about. And this changes things for us, because what we have is a situation where the Grand Court Act said something very, very clearly. And the court is saying, no, it doesn't say that. And the point I'm trying to get across to you is that, you're talking about how people will have views about what is and what isn't, what is factual and not factual. Well, I'm raising just another example to say how the court themselves is engaging in this same foolishness. The law is quite clear that a judge can be sued if they act maliciously. The only question is, did they act maliciously?
Okay. Can I pause you? Can I pause you, Denny? I'm trying to get to. We only have a few minutes left, and I want to get as many people answering this particular question that we're discussing. So let me ask you to answer it. Are you afraid to voice your opinion on this talk show?
No.
Okay. Can you leave me there?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. 936-2626. Jess says, MP Kenneth, please don't add me in that equation to be afraid to disagree with Sandra when I have to, because there's no one that is going to take that right away from me. Leanna says, the real question is how many MPs will actually come on CMR to talk with the people? The MPs claims to stand for the people. Johan says every media organization has an agenda and certain bias to positions, ideologies that they support. This isn't limited to CMR, Radio Cayman, plus media in general. It's all over. Cameron says, I hope you run in 2025. You already know how to absorb them licks. Who are you referring to? Christina says the minister was saying that there needs to be different sides available, not that they need to keep it balanced. I'm going to invite y'all to go back to what the previous premier said. Government-sponsored media cannot be said to be independent media. So somebody said, what was Denny's answer to the survey? His answer was no, he's not afraid. So we have a poll up there. You can scan the QR code or put in the number. Let me just see people who are actually answering it. Some of y'all are. Blackberry says variety is the spice of life. We need different perspectives in media. And Siobhan says hypocrites at its finest. Oh Lord. What does it say? Every time this caller comes on attacking people regarding this stance, first he come off and you okay. All right, let's try to stay answering the question. Shan, sorry, says other reporting entities have been run off previously. Sandra has sustained an audience because of reporting and additionally has become a beacon of the laissez-faire process for and by the people of the Cayman Islands and wider population. Therefore, CMR should receive and continue to be supported not only by the people, but also by the CI government. No, honey child. We would be no better or no different than Radio Cayman. I don't believe that government should give me, support me in any way, shape, or form. Now, like I said, if they want to come on the show and they want to advertise, that's different. They're a client just like anybody else. But I'm not beholden to them because of any support outside of you pay for an ad like everybody else type thing. Jordan says OC's biases is based on the preservation of his job. I personally find him to not be a neutral moderator at all. He will always do what is in the best interest of the government of the day because they pay his salary. Sterling Show, by comparison to OC's, is far more neutral. Interestingly enough, Jordan, somebody else said, and I'll be fair to OC to say that I don't really listen to the show, but somebody else made the observation that they said OC won't allow you to criticize PPM. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. I should, just to gain the right to speak, I should answer the question first. Huh?
Please answer the question, yes.
Well, I'm not afraid to speak on your show or any other show. But the question that you're asking, I think, is a broader one. It dovetails into some of the stuff that you were talking about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The people who are trying to come after you yet again, is it for the 10th time or whatever, they are not just coming against for you. They are coming against those of us who are not afraid to speak on the show and to try to deter those people who may want to speak and maybe do not speak very often. They are trying to deter those people. Now, the whole thing, you see, is look, you covered this quite adequately yesterday. How do people like John Seymour, whose wife breached COVID, you remember that there were people who went to jail for 3 months for breaching COVID? His wife wasn't even prosecuted. He hasn't paid pension for a long time. And is he in charge of labor now?
Yes, he is. And still has not brought himself to take money out of that average of $17,000 per month to pay his pension arrears.
Oh, what a good, I mean, there are some people who have the best of not both worlds, but all worlds that exist. You see, and those are the people who were saying in Parliament that they should come after you because, profanity and this and that. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't even know how the governor could approve that, for example, a person in that position should be appointed for a minister the second time, because I think they were first a backbench and then minister, and then they resigned and then they're back in. And it also shows you, by the way, that the British government doesn't give a damn about good governance. So long as things don't affect their vital interests, you can appoint this one, appoint that one. It's a problem. But the issue, anyway, let me get off, because I think anything that I wanted to say, you already said yesterday. I think public figures should remember that people who oppose power are as important as those who create power. And that until people can appreciate that, and that there's freedom of speech and assembly and this and that on the Constitution, and you respect people's rights, you don't have a democracy. You've got not just lack of rule of law, but you also have lawlessness. I thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go into a little bit of overtime this morning. I mean, there's so many comments that I haven't gotten to. You can only read them so quickly. Marcia says, I want more of the queen of the cold hard truth in the morning. She is for the people. Please give us more and more of her. Lord have mercy, Marcia, 3 hours, not more. She split justice. Salvin says, as a host, Sandra, I would love to see you take positions that you disagree with. For example, take the now premier's position as against the former. They will definitely provoke more and diverse debates. I'm not quite sure I understand how to do that. So you want me to share an opinion that I don't believe in? I'm not sure. When you say take the now premier's position, what position would that be? Putting the country in debt? Like I should say, oh, that's a good thing? And then tell y'all to debate it? I'm a little bit confused. Siobhan says, and radio folks, you can join us on social media to continue the discussion. Siobhan says, I'm not sure who's saying that, but what's to be gullible about? She tells the truth no matter how harsh it is, and I find she tries to call it straight down the middle. This platform, the problem, says Rough Seas, with government media is that they will tell you what they want to tell you. They don't get no hardball questions or anything. And you see, that to me, Rough Seas, I think that is really where this question has come about. It's not that people are afraid to share their opinion. It's that MPs in particular have really gotten used to not getting challenged. And I'm like, who works for who? You work for us, not the other way around. We don't work for you. And they can come out and say all sorts of foolishness and never be questioned or never be challenged. And there is a difference. We need to challenge our elected officials with what it is that they put forward and what it is that they say. And that, to me, that is a healthy position to take. Rough C says there's no difference in our government media and Castro's government media. Oh, Lord, that's crazy. Albert says, I agree with that caller. Too much commercials on Radio Cayman. Again, this is a government-owned radio stations. Why are they even running commercials at all? This is going back to several callers ago now. But I do, now that I'm thinking about it, I hadn't really given it too much thought. And by the way, this is going to be tomorrow's discussion with some regional people. They're going to weigh in on this because they have an opinion on what's happening with media in the Cayman Islands. So a government station who's getting government's money, the people's money, is also then able to sell advertising revenue and get advertising money as well. Should it not be a question of either or either? Like you pick which one it is that you want to be? You know, they want to have this hybrid model where they can compete with private media, as the other person said, get commercials, do all this stuff, make money. And then on top of that, government is going to now overfund them because they said, oh, that's not enough. We're going to give you even more to level the playing field. How is the playing field not leveled in favor of Radio Cayman? Because they have the best of both worlds. Nobody else is getting money from government. And I don't think anybody else should be getting money from government. But Radio Cayman should either be fully sustainable on its own advertising revenue, or they come out of that space entirely and be a government-funded radio station 100%. You can't have both. And a lot of people in the industry have been saying this for a while. I actually have never really taken an opinion on that part of it, I must admit, probably until today. But I think I'm going to go with, pick, as they say, shit or get off the toilet. Pick which one it is that you want. Do you want to be government funded? Their government will fund you no matter what. You'll be like Turtle Farm, Radio Cayman. Turtle Farm, Cayman Airways. Doesn't matter how much money you lose. Government is in. They're going to give you millions of dollars. You hire what you need, and that's what it is. Curtis says, but that's how they make money. But that's not how they make money. And so you guys now need to ask yourselves this question. How much of government of Radio Cayman, and we can FOI this because they're a public entity, how much of their operating revenue actually comes from advertising versus government? You know what? I got put in that FOI today on Radio Cayman. Because it's your money. Shouldn't you know how your money is being spent and who's spending your money and how, you know what I'm saying? So if that's not really how they make money, that's not even probably the icing on the cake for them. What sense does that make? Siobhan says, oh, I wouldn't know. Don't listen to Radio Cayman. That's terrible. I only listen and watch CMR. Rough C says, only thing that can save government radio and take viewers away from Sandy is Woody, but he would have to be free to say what he wants to say. You're saying then, Rough C's, in your opinion, that you need a completely different host? First Lady says, I'm never afraid to share my opinion on the Cayman Mall Road. Cameron says, only when Sandy is sipping that cider, and I haven't been sipping cider in a while. Alejandro says, I know one thing, I'm never afraid. So then, well, I thought you said you were. Which is it? Alejandro, you're confusing me. Darlene says, amen, Sandra. Marcia says that they're afraid of the truth. Good morning, caller.
Sandra Curtis again. I got a question for you.
Sure.
Like when you put up health services, hiring, or all of that stuff, do you get paid for that, or you do that for free?
That's paid.
Yeah, but that's my point with Radio Cayman. I think when they do that advertisement, they're being paid for that.
Yeah, but nobody's not saying anything's wrong with that. But what I'm saying is, do you believe that they should have the best of both worlds and still not performing? So they can be in the commercial space and get paid advertising, and they get funded by government. What playing field? What playing field? Yeah, I mean, which playing field needs to be leveled here? It's either, in my opinion. If you want to be totally government funded, then you do that. If you want to be like everybody else, you get commercials, you get ads, however you hustle, and that's how you pay the bills.
Yeah, but I tell you what, how popular your show is, if everybody that had businesses in Cayman paid you to do advertisement with them, you would sit pretty good. So maybe the businesses should look at that.
But you know what I also do, Curtis, is what I also do, right? I limit, especially with the talk show, I limit the number of ads. You notice that I don't run no pile of ads?
But
I
why?
limit because, listen now, this is what I have always said about CMR. It's a passion, not a paycheck. You understand what I'm saying? So it's always been about trying to deliver a particular thing for the people, not about making money. Now, we got bills, but thankfully I'm hanging on, paying the bills by kind of doing other stuff. But the vision for me of offering a platform that was a little bit more community centric, even posting the lost and found, we don't charge nobody for that. The car accidents, all this kind of stuff. To me, that is important part of like community service. And nobody not paying for that.
Understood.
Thank you, my dear.
But hold on. The other part with when I said I agree with Kenneth, Kenneth said that a lot of people are afraid.
But are they afraid of sharing their opinion or just afraid?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But for the record, Curtis is not afraid.
That's right, because you're not doing nothing. You're not doing nothing that you're going to be afraid of.
Yeah, you can dig in my closet. You're not too much skeletons there.
You know what I'm saying? If you're a straight shooter, and you're a straight shooter, you're not got nothing to be afraid of. You're not out there hoodwinking nobody, stealing from nobody. Not a single person has called me, even when you were doing the look card thing, right? You're still selling cars, by the way. I haven't seen anything posted recently.
I got my license now, but I'm taking a little break.
Okay.
For the record, the name is report me now used car sales.
He got his business license. But even when we talked about that, I'm like, okay, the government trying to take a hard line with you. And I said, well, to be fair to them, go ahead and pay the little $75 and get the license. Then they don't have no argument.
You know what hurts me now? I see foreigners here doing it.
Oh, but they need to be held to
this.
Yeah, they need to be held to the same standard. But one thing I can tell you is no consumer was ever calling me saying that Curtis took my money, never delivered a car, or he hoodwinked me, or that, and the next thing.
Yeah.
So you see, there are two very different questions. People are afraid of accountability and being called out. They're not afraid of sharing their opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Live says, yes, read the question carefully. My accounting teacher preached that. Boy, I tell you what, it's the devil in the details. And you know what is so interesting about that, Live, even from an academic perspective? You see, I'm a little bit of a academic person in a way, right? I'm a little bit of a nerd. And I've been for a very long time, honey. Yeah, I've been a bookworm. When you don't read the question, right? I see people do this all the time. They look at a question in law school and they say, okay, this is about vicarious liability. So what I need to do is just dump everything out of my brain that I know about vicarious liability onto the sheet of paper, everything about the whole history. And then that's going to get me a pass, a first class pass. That's not what gets you the first class pass, because the question might have been about vicarious liability, but it was a specific set of circumstances. And it was asking you, in this situation, how does it apply? How does it work? You need to answer that specifically. It might be talking about exceptions to vicarious liability as an example. So you dumping everything on paper that you know about vicarious liability, when the examiners are reading that paper, you're not going to get very many points, no matter how much you can remember. Summer says, nope, no one is afraid to disagree. Oh, really? But if someone has consistently disagreed with you, you block them on Instagram. No, that's not what happens. That is not, so now you're talking about Instagram. Okay, that's not why people get blocked on Instagram. I have never blocked a person solely because they disagreed with me. And I can put hand on Bible to that. That's not what got you blocked if you're blocked on Instagram. It would have been something else. Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you said it. So that's my point. It's not the disagreement that's the problem. Good morning, caller.
Hi, morning, Miss Sandra. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
Not too bad. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
This is my first time calling in.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. I actually tried to call earlier when Minister Brian was on. I had a question for him.
So okay.
I'll catch him some other day. But I did read the question, and I just want to speak truthfully. I think a lot of people are afraid of sharing their opinion. And I think it's just out of fear of being judged. Cayman's a small place. Your name is pretty much everything here, especially if you're Caymanian. You have to watch out what you say. And then people tend to have a specific narrative towards you, and it affects you.
But that also isn't the question though. So let me just backpedal a little bit here. And this might be splitting hairs, but the question isn't about whether or not you're afraid to speak up in your community. The question is, are you afraid to disagree with me on this platform?
Oh, well, no, I don't think anybody should be afraid to disagree with you, Miss Sandra.
Yeah. So that's a different question. And I do get what you're saying about it being a small community. And yes, that's real.
Especially for young people, though, I have to say. I mean, I'm 27 years old, Caymanian. Both my parents Caymanian. And growing up, we're always told, be careful what you say. Especially about the MPs, because they have so much power, apparently. So, they can tend to get in your way and stuff.
Yeah.
But, I think we need to change that. And,
absolutely.
I really want to ask you, if you could try to engage more.
Yeah.
With the younger population,
I'm here for it. We on Instagram now, honey child.
I know, I see you, man. You're popping off. But what I'm saying, is the younger population below 30. We're the ones who are up and coming.
Yes.
We
absolutely
need to hear our struggles.
Yeah.
We're struggling.
Yeah.
It's not easy out here. Cayman is not the same.
Yeah.
It has changed. It has changed a lot since COVID. This place is a competitive battlefield for any young Caymanian coming up. And I think we need to talk more about what the younger generation is going through, and we need to focus more on how we can help them.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because even all the MPs, their time's done. They're old. They got a rental properties. They got this. They got that.
And they can't get enough though, unfortunately.
Apparently, right?
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, we're here stuck living with our parents or paying some ridiculous rent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How are we supposed to grow up in this country? I've been married now for a year and a half, and me and my wife can't even think about having a child in this country, Miss Sandra. And that's my dream. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
What am I gonna leave? What am I gonna do? Have a child, send them to government school, and then they get some shitty education that no one ever pays attention to, but every election season is about education. And then they're not training these kids with any competitiveness. They come out, then of course they're gonna be entitled, right? And then we're just left in the dust.
Yeah.
I was living in Georgetown for a while. I mean, I was pretty much raised in Georgetown. Well, my parents were married. We were living in Barton Town, but we moved to Georgetown. And, after I got married, I couldn't afford to live in my own town. You know what I mean? And we have a lot to say, but we are afraid to say it. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much. A lot of people agreeing with you. This person says that young fella is spot on. Liana says, tell him again, caller. Their time is done and still cannot move on with their retirement life.
Yeah.
Siobhan says that she partly agrees. Shamika says 100% facts, caller. Miss Sue says, yes, this caller's so right. It's so hard for the young generation now.
It's tough, and we're not getting any help.
Yeah. Can I also make a suggestion? Here on, and I don't really get into Bobo's business too much, because they're a separate entity. But you can actually, anybody, and this is what I like about this concept on Bobo, anybody can get a show on Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to them, talk to Chuck and those guys, and they will even help you. So in my case, I don't really rely on them for any help. I've got sort of my own equipment and I do my own thing. I don't need to go in the studio. I'm kind of, I've got that experience. But even if you don't have the experience, Don't be afraid to put yourself out there.
No, Miss Sandra, I agree with you, you know, and I think, yeah, like the way I see things going, we're not getting any help. So, you know, it's time for us young people we need to get together, man. We need to start working together, you know, and we at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, we're gonna be stuck here. So we need to start making some moves, Miss Sandra.
Exactly.
And I saw the whole Bobo FM thing, and I did write it down. I said, you know, it's interesting, but again, afraid of sharing my opinion. Afraid
Don't
of
be afraid. Listen, 2024 right around the corner. Ask yourself, what do you have to lose?
Well, that's it, right?
What do you have to lose? If you're not got nothing to lose, do it.
Right now, I got 2 businesses. I could lose them, you know, and
no. Get out there. Put yourself out there. You'd be surprised.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
But thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. And I hope Mr. Kenneth's still listening. You know, I'm waiting to ask my question for you. You know, because it hits home.
Yeah.
So hopefully we catch him tomorrow.
All right, baby. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for having me, and I feel welcome on the show. So.
Yeah, call anytime.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So Alejandro is wondering why Johan is always getting brownies every weekend. He says, where can I subscribe? But you do know they're not special brownies in that sense of the word, Alejandro. They're special in other ways. They're good. All right. Lemuel McField, good morning, sir. He says, I'm very cautious when making comments, not because of Sandy, but because of other views / listeners that misunderstand where the comment is coming from. Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of like what this young man was just saying. He's afraid of being judged or misjudged by other people. Huh. Ileana says, and even if they come and CMR around election time, remember where the skeletons are buried. Yes, sir. What a hot mess. Alejandro says, if you speak the truth, you don't need to feel fear to disagree. It's a weak mindset. Rough C says 90% of Cayman politicians hate CMR because she's on track of ruining their political career in the next election. Is it 90%? Is it that high? Gosh, darn it. Let me think about it now. Who would I not recommend people to vote for? Well, West Bay is pretty much done for. Andre, give him a vote, I would say, at this point in time. Other than that, West Bay. Okay, let's move our way. West Bay, we come to Georgetown. Oh, Lord. Rough seas, you might be onto something. The picking's kind of slim of who should be returned. I have to think about it. Lord have mercy. Oh, Sylvana says, Sandy, Frank McField is blocked. Yeah, but he was not blocked for having a difference of opinion. But thank you for reminding me. I forgot about Frank. So that isn't why he's blocked, though. Yeah, it wasn't for a difference of opinion. He was blocked for being disrespectful. And more importantly, for making defamatory and libelous comments about myself that are completely untrue. That's the kind of behavior, that's kind of elevation that gets you blocked. Not just having an opinion. Gabby says the only time I saw Sandra block is when people is with their filth at the mouth and disrespectful. By the way, somebody else said there's a difference between disagreeing and being disrespectful. And there is indeed a significant difference between the two. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, hi. Still on air? Yes, sir. I'm at home. What's going on? Yeah. Oh, okay, Mr. Hill. I will call you later. That's gonna happen. Don't worry about it. Oh, I see. All right. Naughty. All right, sir. Goodbye. Okay. Whew, what a husband I got there, you see? No, sir. He's expecting me to clean today in some short shorts because Miss Stacy's out. So I must get my batty shorts and what do you call them? What kind of riders? Bonky riders? I don't even know. But he's obviously joking. Maybe not. Maybe he's serious. Oh my God. No, sir. That man is crazy. Magnum says we need to get the Rich report, which one? I need to look about that report. The PPM government refused to release it. Say what? Oh, Frank is Summer McField, says this other person. Oh, really? That's a backup account for Frank? Aw. He had to set up an account called Summer McField to get on the show? No, sir. Poor ting. You know, Frank, you could just call and apologize and take your filth down and your lies, and we could just call it a day. Because as it turns out, I'm actually a very reasonable person. I know politicians might not think so. Oh, Kenneth said, oh, I don't think you have any sympathy. I'm like, sympathy for who? Somebody making a total package of over $300,000 per annum? You want me to hold your hand and give you sympathy? What the freak is this? We off radio now. I'm like, what kind of sympathy are you looking for? No, Bubba. I'm not giving you no kind of sympathy. Oh, I gotta work 12-hour days. When? Honey, child, do you know how many hours in a day I work? And I'm not looking for sympathy from nobody. I'm on these streets hustling. That's what you do. Not look sympathy from people. Good morning.
Sandy, good morning. I don't know if I'm on the show, but somebody called and said Frank have Summer McField as his father's account. That is not true. And half of the thing that people thought, Frank have no grudge towards you and towards nobody. And this is what people do not understand. Moreover, Frank is very not up to date with technology about farming any account or anything. He's like the old.
Where is Frank?
Is technology.
Sylvana, let me ask you a question. Is Frank there with you?
Yeah, he's
right. Let me speak to Frank. Frank can speak for himself.
I don't know what happened this morning.
Good morning, cousin Frank. I'm sure you're more than capable of speaking eloquently for yourself. So let's talk about it.
Well, I mean, I wrote Johan and I said, how come Sandy is saying that there are no one block from her account when I know
that's not what that isn't what I said. I said people don't get blocked for sharing a difference of opinion. They get blocked for other things. That's what I've been saying all morning.
No, but I mean, you were
and I don't even know if you remember why you got blocked at this stage, because it's been a minute. Am I right? No, you probably don't remember.
No, well, I mean, the point is it's not all that important to me in terms of being blocked from any show, because my opinions, Sandy, I'm at 75 years in a different position than most people are in. I don't have to sit and I don't have to suffer in the country. I don't, and whatever it is that I have done, I did that always because I felt it was fair to do. And my history in this country got bad because I attacked corruption. So I do have a lot of respect for you because that is what I see you doing. That is, but we don't take everything just with one swipe. We have to look at everything, completely. So there are issues that I have had with you as well. And I remember going and telling cousin Rennie that I think that you do a good job, because I have to admit that you do a good job in many instances. And I don't believe that everybody's going to be right about everything. But I also feel that where people go wrong is when they start saying things about other people that is private, that has to do with their character, that other people have decided upon and has nothing to do with the person's character themselves. When people are talking about me, they're talking about me as if I wasn't an abused child, as if I didn't come back here more or less welcoming that abuse or the continuation of that abuse, because that's what happened. I have been abused for 46 years since I returned in 77. And not just by small people, but by big people as well. And why? Because I put myself in the position to be abused because I do not tolerate injustices against people who are defenseless. And I stood up for that when I came home and I said we needed early childhood education. I said our family systems are broken. I wrote play about our family system being broken. I said if we cannot build our family system, how are we going to build our community system? If we can't build our community system, how can we build a national unity system, a nation system? All of those things the British government was aware of with the Prosser report that was done before I came back. How this country has been able to hide the corruption, I just don't know. But this country is so damn corrupt, it's impossible to explain. And I do appreciate the fact that you keep attacking it and attacking it. And so I'm not on a different side than you're at, because I come from a history personal history that is very much like yours. I see people laughing at us all the time. And sometimes they're laughing with us because we are very bright and brave people in our family. But we, at the same time, we have our family issues, which I think that once they're analyzed, it shows us why Caymanians can't get along together, because it's misunderstanding, and everybody participates in making the misunderstanding worse rather than better. We are not treating the problem. And
so let me ask you a question, Frank, because I feel like we might actually have a bit of a breakthrough this morning between you and I. You know, we've been bucking heads for a minute because, you know, I'm the type of person who is not going to, I don't believe in taking any prisoners. And so if you come for me, I can take it just as good as I can give it. And so that is what it is. I think maybe we both have very, very, what's the word that I'm looking for in my vernacular? We both have very, very sort of personalities that are going to go for the jugular. The difference is, I think, from my opinion, what you have done when you decided to go for the jugular is you've actually printed and posted information that is absolutely not true, not so much about me, but about my family. And there is an off limits, right? There is an area. I mean, I take a lot of criticism and whatever, but for me, there's certain things that are off limits, right? Don't touch my child. It's the only one I got. And don't touch my husband, because he is, most people can't even walk in that man's shoes. He's such a good person.
Well, let me say something right here. I never wrote that. And I'm gonna admit that this morning. I didn't write that. Somebody else wrote that. Okay. And I apologize for the fact that I got mixed up in somebody else's beef. I would really call it now with you. Because
so all that stuff that you posted, you didn't write?
No, I don't write that fast anyway. I'm dyslexic.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Because I mean, it accused me of things like trying to take down an airline, which I don't even know what that's about. I was like, I don't even know what that's supposed to be, but.
Well, you know that those are kind of things that I'm not going to know about.
I mean, I don't. Well, I was wondering because it's not even true, so I don't even know where that came from.
Well,
but
I don't bother. I don't go into people's jobs.
So why would you put that on your page and leave it pinned at the top of your page for the longest time, trying to attack and discredit me with stuff that isn't true? Listen, Frank, I'm not a perfect person. There are things that you could actually find about me that I've done to try to discredit me that would make more sense.
Whatever I wrote there, I wrote things also myself at some particular point. It wasn't all that was not written. But what I wrote had to do with what I know and what I believe. What the other person wrote, that's a completely different story. I believe a lot of what the other person was saying, and therefore I did not hinder them using my whatever network or whatever to my page to do that. Because I also feel, I mean, I don't feel that you're a perfect person. I don't feel that I don't understand also what your agenda is. Because you remember when we were doing the thing, I went to East End with you. I protested there in town when we thought they were going to put a different kind of government in power. Remember? Okay.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
there were a lot.
Listen, this is the point really that I'm asking you is I'm trying to get to the bottom. This is the first time we're having a real honest conversation about this. Is what is the issue? Because I feel like
I think the issue is really I guess, siding with somebody else view of you rather than me going ahead with the view that I had of you. I think that at that particular point, there is that I'll accept that it's a weakness in me, and I accept that I shouldn't have done, because I think I understand that person's character much better now as being a very selfish, very manipulative type of individual. So I fell for that. And I'm weak in a lot of ways. I'll go along with somebody and be sympathetic towards somebody without completely examining them to make sure that they are who they say they are. I have that weakness. I'm very sort of spontaneous person. So I went along with that. And that's why that came. But I never ran away from the responsibility that it was my page, and therefore it was said on my page. But it wasn't.
Can I ask you can I ask you a question then, right? The person who, and I know you're not going to tell me who it is. I'm assuming you're not going to tell me. But is this person a politician? Can I just ask you that much?
No, this person is not a politician.
All right. No, because somebody is saying to me that they thought they knew who it was, and they were naming a particular politician, but I didn't think so either. But I just wanted to.
No, the person is not a politician, but the person is a very clever person. Has a lot of skills, I guess, that are incredible skills. And but like I said, my judgment was influenced by that particular type of narrative the person had, which gave me a different perspective on who you were and what you were all about, because somebody else's feeling, I guess, overrode what I felt originally. So I never really went too much about being blocked or anything like that, because it wasn't like I need to be in the conversation. I work all day researching and writing, so I got so much to be involved with in my own head, with my own research, that getting involved with the fray over there in Cayman after 46 years, it's not a challenge for me. It's not a challenge to go in there and beat nobody in no argument or make nobody feel bad. That's just not what I'm about at this particular point in my life. I try to share what I can share. And so I apologize. I apologize for the fact that I allowed this to happen, that I did not want to expose the person, and I will not expose the person because it's my fault and I have to take the blame for it. But I did not compose those things about you and your child and your husband, because I know your child. You invited me to your house. I know the party. I went for a party and all of that. So I admit that is so. And I have always had to say that I admire you, but I am also saying that I am very sort of concerned when you attack like I attack, because what you do is you just turn around and boom, shout up somebody like that. And sometimes one doesn't expect it, because even with the situation there with Chris, why I defended Chris. I defend people who I believe have talent. I defend people who I think that they would be good for the country. So I give them the benefit of the doubt until I no longer do so. I had a different relationship, of course, with your premier, Mr. Wayne Panton, who I tried to communicate with and who sort of bounced me off every time, because I think I have a lot that I can contribute in the area of crime. and also the area of immigration, which is something I think that is going to plague this country, because I think one of the things that is necessary is you have to have an idea of what immigration is all about. We travel already, know what it's about. We know it's a real phenomenon in the world, that it is either you're going outward or you're coming inward. It's either the push or the pull factor.
Can I just say something, Frank, right? So I think maybe this is the distinction between, and I'm really, really glad that we're having this conversation, because this is a critical distinction, right? So I don't take, nobody writes anything for me, and I don't take other people's opinions and form an opinion of somebody else based on their opinions. Now, if they bring me facts, if they bring me stories, and I'm going to say, well, you say this has happened, show me something to back that up. Like I was saying earlier in relation to even addressing Kenneth, right? My opinions, and this is an opinion-based show, but I try to base my opinions on factual things that I know and that have occurred. So even as it relates to Chris, I mean, Chris and I were friends. We can no longer be friends because his character, in my opinion, is flawed. That flawed character is based on things that I now know that he has done, and in particular in the last couple years. So even when I was talking about his speech, you know, which is all playing political games, and I said to you, you know, I thought it was interesting how you approached him after his speech and went in, you know, showing your support, went up to him after in Parliament. It had obviously, Parliament had broke for a break, but I was saying, I was just making sort of by the way comments. I wonder if you're aware of Chris, how Chris actually feels about you and the things that he has said about you. Because see, I'm not a person who can pretend. If I don't like you, you're gonna know I don't like you, right? I'm not gonna be skinning up in your face and and laughing in your face and then trying to cut your throat from behind. I'm a very straightforward person. If I don't like you, you and I don't gel, whatever, you know it. There's no doubt in your mind. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna engage with you. Some people I don't engage with at all, but I'm not gonna break bread with them. I'm not gonna time for them. Chris, on the other hand, is very duplicitous, because as I said in my comments, he has said things about you being the most ungrateful person he's ever met. And yet there he is shaking your hand and wanted to hug you up, only because in that moment you were convenient for him to be used. And I don't like that kind of foolishness. And this is why I can't take politics.
I appreciate that about you. I lived in this country in with a lot of that. I had that with my cousin Steve McPhail. I would be off and on. I would like him, then I don't like him, and I like him, and I don't like him, because he's the most selfish person that I've ever met. And I came back here on the same date with him and everything in 77. We came back together to fight together for the people's right and justice and all those sort of stuff. But you see, we have as Black people a problem. Like, there can just be one. If we see another one that looks like us, that is good like us, we tear them down, when we should be rejoicing and say, let's get a few more like this and put us together. We pull each other down.
Yes.
Now, I have taken and tolerated that for so long. Just when my mother died was when I made my mind up. I have to not see this man no more. I have to get rid of that feeling that I have to support him regardless, when he's not ever supporting me. Maybe I will come to that position with Chris soon, because I am definitely about people.
And let me also extend my condolences on the passing of your mother as well.
Well, thank you very much, Sandy. You know, it was like something that in my life was. And my mother suffered a lot. My mother suffered a lot because of me, because of what I went through in this island. But I never gave up. I tried to get up like the phoenix all the time and keep going, because I've always felt that I have something to share. If not with the people here, at least with other people. So the fact that I chose a different line of communicating, which means to challenge rather than to obey, was not just a problem for my mother, it was a problem for the entire island. And my mother suffered from that because my mother always knew what people were talking, what people were saying, and what they were saying about me and what they were thinking about me. And, you know, when I won the election in 96, which I think is really a story in itself, how people actually say the suffering of this boy is enough. Let's do something about it. And the black people and the white people in South Sound gave me a break in 96. And I was able to get elected and I served 3 terms. And I always say to people, I served 2 terms, and I always say to the people, I said, I did my best to help you if you can't appreciate it or not. And that is the truth. What I tried with everything, including buying the land at Ferdinand's farm for the prisoners, so we could have a prison farm, we could have a boot camp for the kids that failed at Bonaventure. The whole ideas that I had, I just had ideas, and I had some good people like Mr. Cartney Banks and Miss Dorleen Whitaker that were very good in terms of helping me to push programs like for the Battered Women's Center and all of that. It's all my ideas, all my accomplishment. Battered Center for the Woman is named after Long Celia, but they don't want to say that because she was black. I have the problem with being black in this society because I love being black, but I do not hate people that are white. And that is a truth. And I learned that in America. I learned that the people that were good to me were the white people in high school, and they gave me a break. They taught me to play tennis. They taught me to go this place and go that place. And so I had good experiences. There's no way that I'm coming back to deny that, but I'm also coming back to say that there are white people that are not with people. They're colonizers, they're exploiters, and there are a lot of them here too. So I had to call them out as well. So I don't really have anything bad to say about you in that sense, because what you have done to raise the level of consciousness by going to the Mile Road, attracting people to the water there, and then purifying it as you rise with it. It's a good symbol of how grassroots people work in terms of building community and synergy and unity. And I would have been probably happier if you could run for politics, in fact.
No, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. But you know what? I appreciate the I feel like we've made a bit of a breakthrough this morning, so I certainly appreciate that. And what I would also say, right, if I could give you a little bit of advice, because I think there's a lot about you that I see and I understand. Maybe you don't even know that I understand a lot of the things that you say, maybe even some of your motivations and why you think certain things. But one of the things that I would say to you when it comes to the issue of color, it's an important, we've talked about it before, and it's an important discussion to have. But the one advice I would say is don't lead, and this might sound weird and bizarre, but this is how I'm going to word it. Don't lead with your blackness. Now, as a black man, that might sound bizarre. What I mean by that is when someone meets you, right? It shouldn't be, oh, I'm meeting Frank, the black man. It's no, I'm meeting Frank, who is a sociologist. He's a this, he's a that, playwright, all of these other things. That's what I think you need to lead with, because I think when you lead with your experiences, your hangups, your emotions, whatever, around this race issue, people get a very different vibe from you entirely. We're all black. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
so, and maybe it's because your experiences have been.
No, I'm a race scholar. I'm a PhD race scholar. I'm a participant observer as a race scholar. I have written thousands of pages on race and religion and all of those types of how all these things are interconnected and sexuality and all of those things. I was promoted by white people all through my career. I was brought by Thomas Russell, not by the people of this island. Because if it were not for him and Miss Margaret Percy fighting to get me here, they would never have given me the job. And once they gave me the job, then they still tried to undermine it. I'm saying that I am not what you think with regards to race.
Okay.
And but I think the discussion, when people are afraid of the discussion on race, because it's so complex, we never solve anything, because it has the religious aspect, it has the economic aspect, it has the social aspect, it has all of those aspects built into it, and especially the religious aspect that is built into it. Now, when we get to that particular level, people will understand that I have not wasted my time, because we're coming from a society that says at the end that they're so religious. I went to Presbyterian church when I was a kid. It was obvious to me that Jesus was white, according to them. Why are you going to bring a black boy who's a descendant of slaves to worship a white Jesus, which is worshiping the master that he come from? So if I want to talk about this, or I'm concerned about this because I lived in America, I lived in England, I lived in Germany, why is it a problem for the people who have never lived any place else besides the village? You see? So I'm saying to people, yeah, maybe my arguments and my considerations should have been kept by me staying in America or staying in London or staying in Germany someplace, but not coming back to the Cayman Islands. And then I look at them and I said, well, why do you think you all have lost your island? You lost your island because you did not understand the caste, the class, and the racial structure of modern civilization. And that what they were establishing here, especially establishing by using the premise of money laundering and money lending, that had in it all of those ingredients to recreate that particular hierarchical structure here in the Cayman Islands, and not the one that we had when we were a failed plantation, when we were the island that time has forgotten far at the back of beyond. So the way in which the economic structures have changed, the social structure, the behaviors, and so forth and so on, it's very obvious in the Cayman Island. And I could not have found a better site in which to do field research for 46 years than Cayman Island, because it was small, manageable. I'd been born and raised here until 15, and it created the perfect research site to look at class, caste, and race and religion. So it's not that I'm not that I'm personal about race. I'm professional about it. I am part of Black liberation theology developments. I'm writing something about Martin Luther King, why King died, because I'm trying to publish my book for the 56th death anniversary assassination of Martin Luther King, and Memphis, Tennessee, because it's significant, because Memphis go back to Memphis, which is ancient Egypt, and Egypt was Black. And there's a lot of things that I'm talking about, the whole idea of Exodus and the enslavement and all that, which is mythology and not real history. And what is the significance of that in terms of Black liberation theology, and how we see ourselves, and how we see ourselves in terms of the issue of sharing one creator and so forth and so on. So I don't think that I mean to tell people that that's all I'm about is race, because that's not true, really. You know.
All right. So
but I appreciate you giving me the time to even say these things, because I'm nervous as hell right now. But I mean, because I feel bad that I did that boo-boo, that I actually went and allowed somebody to lead me in that particular path. And
so let me ask you a question. Did you ever remove it from your social media page?
it's removed.
I tried, but I don't know about social.
I think it might still be on Facebook, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that
So
we have,
you know.
that Sandy, make I tell you, I try. That account that he have, because me and you is totally a different house. You know, me and you coming from a way back.
Yeah.
So I try and I advise him was to take it down. But that thing was a campaign page linked to his real personal page. So one thing you see Dr. Frank come up on where he was in a play, and the next thing you see where Dr. Frank come up on where he had a campaign page in the back on his profile. No, I tried to take it down several times. I sit with him and I can't get it down because he always posts up on the first of the page. So I don't know if he want me to actually eliminate the campaign page or what he want to do, because he really not even much on Facebook anymore. Right? He knows things that I come home and say to him. Like
Right.
referring, I'm the one watch your show every day. If I even at work, my supervisor catch me yesterday watching your show, and she was really like, I shouldn't have been watching it because I'm listening to it in a store, and customers is listening to it too. So I am not really supposed to doing that, but this is what I like to do. So I'm one that out there for you and always say, she bring it on as it is. Now people would say no because she bring personal people business into it. But guess what? We all have personal business people into this and all of this. But I stand for, I can say 85% of the things that you said. I can't say the whole 100 because I know I does disagree, which everybody agree to disagree sometimes. Sometimes you maybe don't disagree, but when you're talking to the people and you hear how they go about Sandy, you just pull a little back and quiet down, because then you know they're not on Sandy's side. So you don't need them to know what side you want neither. If they want to publish out them side, that's fine, right? But I'm telling you, I know who my husband is. We've been together for 14 years. And I know Frank feel bad about it. And people might not know, but Frank have a tendency of passionate about people. And he's easy to lead by people. And he go on one side today and he go on another side tomorrow. But we both are Libras, and these Libras tend to be not firm. Right? So I know him.
All right. So Dr. Frank, what I would recommend, just by way of a suggestion, because I was just having a look. I mean, I can't even remember all the stuff, right? But I was just having a look at your page, and this is the one with the black and white photo. And there's a thing around it that says action, climate action. I don't know what language is on, but it says action, climate action. And then it's like in a couple different languages. So it's that specific account. You have 4.1 thousand friends, and there's a number of posts that you have there. And I think this is your active personal account, but there's a number of posts and rants that you have there going on and on about me, right? What I would say, and the first one goes back to September 6th of 2021, when you were blocked and you were upset that you were blocked from CMR. Now, you were blocked from CMR. Like I said, you probably don't even remember it, but it was in relation to something that you said about COVID and the vaccine and some mixed information about a young person who had actually died, which was a very, very sensitive situation. So it wasn't really that you had disagreed with anything that I said. It was about other things that were going on in the background, and then your comments that were put on the CMR Facebook page that had to be removed in relation to that particular situation. It's so interesting because just this past week on Friday, a family member of that same person, it shows you how sometimes life can come full circle, actually needed to speak to me about something, and she apologized for the things that she said and how she went on, and she explained, you know what, it was just a very difficult time and so on and so forth. And I accepted her apology, and we have moved on. I think that we all have to be bigger persons, you know, and I never say never, because things change, and people can feel different today, and 2 years later, you feel different about a person or a situation. And I want to accept your apology today, Dr. Frank, from a really genuine and wholehearted place. But for me, the only way that the apology can be fully meaningful is if these posts, which, came from a negative place and misinformation, are actually removed. So I'm just asking you to consider it. I mean, I have searched just now while you were talking and I found them. And that's a matter for you, but I would say, if it's a genuine apology, it should come with certain actions as well.
Yeah, well, look, Sandy, I gotta say something. I am all for peace, but I'm a person that also have the capacity to tolerate war, because if what is fair is fair. I know that there were things that you said from your mouth about me and my being short, my being a crack addict, and all those sort of stuff that you could never withdraw. And I'm a kind of person that I will negotiate so far with people, but then at that thing, then everything has to go the way they have to go. Because look, I don't know who it is because that have information about me shooting myself, because I think that was one of the biggest injustices that happened when people are talking about shooting, when the damn police didn't do anything to investigate, because the police is all involved in the corruption. And I've indicated to you what has happened to me in the court system, also with my commercial case, with the fraud that was committed on the court by Campbell's law firm, by people like Clyde Allen, by Nova Hall, and all of those types of people. I mean, I got the documents. I have written things about these people, and nobody looks at it. So if I come and I say, I am not talking about how I got shot, because maybe I will get shot really bad, then somebody would say, hey, no, he got shot because of what? I would shoot myself. Why would the hell? I'm a McField. If I'm going to shoot, I'm going to shoot somebody. That's for damn sure. I'm not going to try to shoot my friggin' self. I hope everybody understands that. Okay? But what I'm saying is that my being shot pinpointed exactly the lead of the police involvement with the distribution of drugs in this country. Now, I go all the way back to the 1980s with Lee Rich and Sonny Hughes and all of those things down at the Galleon and all those places that was around Jim Borden and all of those people. I understand this country. Those people that give me a hard time don't understand exactly how I understand, because I am a participant observer. That's why I took Sheldon Brown seriously. That's why I can still have people call me from Northwood and give me information that I think some of it would be very useful to you also. But I'm saying this to say, no, I was talked about in ways that hurt me. And that can't be withdrawn. That can't be taken down, what you said about me to people that already believe that my big problem is a drug problem rather than as a problem of aggression, because I live in a society where I see the parasite eating our people and eating me dearly, and I can't do anything about it. And I see those very people who come into this country to police the country and be the attendants at Northwood Prison using our misfortune to make themselves a posse.
But Frank, well. let me draw a distinction here, because there's quite a distinction, right? So a couple things. Number one, I never said anything to you that said anything about you that wasn't true. So I think it's common knowledge that you in the past, I'm not talking about today, in the past have struggled with drugs, right? And I also said that
no, well, I don't think that you are in the position as a host of a show to be talking about people's personal struggles to achieve an end that you are trying to achieve, because I find that, you know, the way that you are talking about people, you are talking about people that are in the position of a host of a show to be talking about people's personal struggles to achieve an end that you are trying to achieve, because I find that, you know, the way that you are talking about people's personal struggles to achieve an end that you are trying to achieve, because I find that, not genuine. Because you are making your show, you're making your money, you're making your fame off of me. And I'm saying to you that I will go so far with you or anybody else, and then I will just turn the gun on myself.
Well,
okay?
No, I mean, I would have to go back and listen to the show, but I think when generally speaking, and again, I can't specifically recall exactly what was said about you in this moment, but generally speaking, when I talk about someone's history, it's to get to a point of, okay, this is where they're at now, and this is why perhaps some of this behavior makes sense. It's either talking about, let's remember from a historical perspective, what we're dealing with here, or we've gotten here because of, this has been the journey. Without going back and specifically listening to the things that I have said. And remember now, I've done a show just specifically addressing you, right? And nothing else. And I'm just trying to recall as best I can. I think it might have been one of those things where, again, you've made allegations, you've thrown things out there that actually were not true, right? The things that you said, and you said this morning that you just took it from somebody else, and
No, well, I mean, that's a difference between trying to litigate at this particular point, because that's basically what you're doing. You're litigating this situation. And I'm saying you are benefiting from it. Your radio station, your program is benefiting from it just by you doing this. So you have motives for doing this, regardless of what happens. You come out as the winner in this situation.
For doing what? When you say doing this, what are you referring to when you say doing this?
Well, I mean, the talk that we're having is a pretty interesting talk, and it is talking about things that people definitely want to hear about. I mean, probably me and your conversation is the most important conversation right now in the Cayman Islands, because and I'm saying this to you to say to you that yes, you have gained in doing this, because you have gotten me at least two, and probably a lot of help from my wife in terms of getting me to this position, to be able to say, look, that was not my opinion of you, that was somebody else's opinion, and I allowed the person to use my site to push their opinion, which was a bad thing. But obviously I had to have probably agreed in some way, otherwise I would not have allowed it to happen. But it was not something that I manufactured and put there. Now, in the whole thing about me being a crackhead and my being a drug addict and my being just about everything, shoot myself and all those sort of things. I at this particular age of 75, I don't really need to defend myself to any motherfuckers. You understand me? Because a lot of the problems that I had also was caused by the bad treatment that I got. Now, I come from New York, and so drugs were something, I was a good start. So I would be a liar if I come and I said I don't know nothing about drugs. I never used drugs. But I also know the people that the priests them use drugs that created the religion that the people are worshiping today. I know all of that. So I am not going to come to at my age when I don't need the reputation. I don't need the reputation, come to defend the reputation. What the hell I need a reputation for? If people war with me, they're going to lose, because I don't need the reputation. I'm not looking for nothing from the society. I've given up on it. I've given up on it because they would not even hand me the crumbs. And I feel that, and I feel bad about that. But that didn't cause me to maybe do certain things. But when I was in the so-called drug realm, the criminal realm, the gang realm, the alcohol realm, and all of that sort of stuff, yeah, that was not good for me. But I could tell you one thing, I come out knowing so much about that world and how it's connected to the courts, how it's connected to the police, how it's connected to the politicians, that you would be damn surprised. And I've written about it. So yes, we could focus on the researcher, the real guy that played the real gangster, that wasn't really a gangster, that didn't have the card of a gangster, that understands who the real gangsters are in this country. It wasn't the Sheldon Browns and those people, because they couldn't exist without the other people in the high society. The guys that are operating today can't exist without the guys in the high society. So it's because the high society that we have the drugs. It's because the high society that we have drug addiction. And you all go and you try to make the guys who are taking the drugs the bad guys, when it's the guy who's making the money from the drugs that are the bad guys. The guys who are in the court system as judges that are protecting them. The prosecutors who are not bringing the cases against them. So I don't make fun of somebody if they were addicted to something that was illegal.
I don't think anybody was making fun of you. I think the distinction is I was not being dishonest. I mean, it might have been a little bit hard.
I don't think that your intent was not to make me look good.
Well, of course it wasn't. It was to respond to what you had said.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And the misinformation, my apologies, that you had put out there about me. And so you have to accept, there is a distinction, there's a difference when someone is saying something about you that you might not like, but it is the truth, versus someone making up stuff.
How you say it's the truth? How do you know it's the truth? Where's your evidence?
That you had issues with drugs? That's not true?
Yeah, where's the evidence that you have?
I mean,
you heard that.
Frank,
heard that from people.
Yes, but are you telling me that it's not true? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying to me and you never did no drugs together.
That's not the point. Something can be true, and I don't have to have firsthand knowledge or experience about it. Just because we didn't do drugs together doesn't mean that you didn't do drugs.
Look, I like I said, I don't want to try to litigate it, because that was
no. I mean, this isn't about litigating. This is about, I think that we need to come to an understanding of how we got here. If we just say, okay, let's just forgive and move on, but we don't have an understanding of how we got here, the next time something happens, we'll be right here again. So all I'm saying is to you is, let's understand how we got here. Let's understand why I even felt it necessary to address you in the first place. And it goes back to you saying completely erroneous things about me, a child, a minor child, who at the time was all of like 4 or 5 years old, and about you saying stuff about my husband. That's how I then responded and made those comments. But my point is, if those comments are still on social media, for me to really say, okay, I'm going to accept. That's all I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. I'm happy. 2024 is right around the corner. Let's move forward with clarity of where we are and a mindset of forgiveness. But in order for me to do that, all I've said is those posts should be taken down.
Well, I don't have no problem with taking those posts down. That all those posts that we can get to, Silvana can find there, however she does that it's there. I'll take them down. Because I don't even know those things in a way anymore.
Right.
Because I don't go through my Facebook that way, not that thorough. I mean, I look at what's right in front of me, not anything else. But I'm just saying this to say, Sandy, that with this whole question of domestic violence, abuse that we talked about at the Harkwell, when they did my play Downside Up there. Well, what was that function again? For international violence against violence or something?
Oh yes,
You don't remember that?
Yeah, it's a number of years ago. I don't remember what it was called, but yes,
you were video and you did an interview with me, right? And it was at that particular point that I showed you. I said, you see, they're doing my play for a domestic violence thing. Okay, and I talked to you, and I was shedding tears when you were interviewing me because I am still so impacted by domestic violence through my own family, my own father and mother situation that impacted me. I have never been afraid to talk about my emotional challenges. And I have always tried to coach people and help people that have challenges with personal and social issues. And so I have identified with you in a lot of ways and with your courage to dig and to unveil certain things. But it is not so that people should just focus on what I have done wrong and never focus on what I have done right. Because that part of Cayman is the bad part that I don't like. The fact that people can only see where you fell down and buck your knee and the skinny knee. They can't see how you got up and the pride with which you got up and you started to run again. We are too interested in defeating each other. And if I have gone in terms of what I've said or done in regards to you, it's basically, it was a mechanism of defense and it was therefore not rational. And because it was not rational, and I catch it at this particular point, I have a possibility to deal with it, to remove it. I shall do that. I will remove it. I will cancel those things. But I just wanted to leave you with the awareness of the fact that what happens to me if somebody says that this boy down the road is on crack cocaine, and they taking it as if it's makes the person an outcast and no longer a human being. And this is basically what people do. My brother told me once, my brother George, Pastor George, was in Vietnam. And he told me once, he said, never do crack cocaine. As far as I'm concerned, to my knowledge, I never did crack. Okay. Now, there are people thinking their own kind of coke. The people here, the judges, I know several judges in Cayman that do snort cocaine. And nobody can tell me not true. Okay. I know the big guys in the law firm who stayed up nights and different things like that and snorted coke and do the thing. You know, but I don't remember recalls ever doing crack cocaine.
Okay.
And so when somebody comes and says, I said, okay, when you're drunk, you're high, you might never know what you do. So I will not go to the point to swear I never did it, but I'm not conscious of doing it. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And the way in which people discriminate against Black people who have drug issues, challenges, and the way in which they treat white people who have it is also that kind of disparity in the society. Or if a man has it, he's treated better than if a woman has it, for instance, and all of that sort of stuff. So I think that the focus in which people have had, the idea that people have had about me for a long time is, oh, you know, he's an old drug addict and he's an old this and he's an old nobody and no that, because that's a part of me that they might be able to identify with and know best because they can't know the other part, the other sweet part, the intellectual part, the curiosity part. They don't know that. They don't want to know that. They don't want to see my plays. They don't want to support what I'm doing, all that thing. That hurts me. It hurts me because I lived in other societies that value what I did, who I am. And if I had stayed in those societies, I wouldn't have the problems that I have today. But you know what? I would not have learned as much as I learned in the Cayman Islands. I have been blessed with an experience where I could see things up close, feel them, and deal with them. Because sometimes I believe that this could be the most beautiful country in the world. And then at other times, I believe, no, this is impossible. These people are just too hard-hearted and difficult. But now you're talking, so who knows?
Well, anything is possible.
Right.
You know, that's the beauty of, as long as you still have breath and you still have life, I suppose anything is possible. So
We can take up some of these other things. I don't know. This is on radio?
I don't know.
Is this on radio?
Well, we're still live. But your wife was listening to the show. That's why she called me, because of the comments she saw on the show. So we're not on radio, but we're live on social media, and there's still 300 people listening.
I know that we're on social media. But
No, radio ends at 10:30.
Yeah, I know. I know we're on this thing but what I wanted to say even is that I'm gonna try to make it up with you and doing the right things to get you situated in terms of whatever you get down and everything.
She have you crying?
Yeah. And put it back there, because I don't know. I think that I mean, you have said about Chris, I guess, what I have not been willing to say. And that kind of hurt me, that you have somebody young and you have somebody that you look at that is young, look up to, and it's just not going to make the grade. And then you wonder, like I was wondering, I said, boy, I guess I'll have to go back and support them little boys from South Sound, because
I tell you how I feel about this. You give people a chance, I don't know if you heard me tell the story about sort of my political journey with Chris, but the first time he ran and he asked me for my support, I couldn't give my support because I saw things in his personality that made me pause and that gave me grave concern, including his ego and his inability to just be a humble person. He didn't speak to me. Again, sometimes when you tell the truth, you make enemies, people stop talking to you. So he stopped talking to me for some time. And then before the election, after that, he came back and apologized and said, I think you were seeing some things that maybe I wasn't willing to admit, and I've made some changes. And, so the second time he ran, which that time he was successful, I voted for him. I gave him a chance. And I voted for him in the last election. And then I saw this personality emerging again, where he knows everything and he has all the answers. And more importantly than that part of it, because you can have an ego and still be a good person, all this other stuff, he's dishonest. And I can't stand a dishonest person. And not only is he dishonest, but he's doing things to other people in our community that are hurting those people, that are hurting women in particular in our community. His behaviors, and he is not willing to humble himself and admit that he even has a problem. And so collectively, anyone who can step foot in my house and tell a bold-faced lie to my face thought that I was going to believe it. They lose any degree of respect that I may have had for them. And so somebody said yesterday, he's all about sound bites, trying to convince people to vote for him. But I find that there's a lack of genuineness about even representing the people and just working hard and doing what you need to do. It's all about, I just need to get to that premiership and I'll do anything in order to do so. It's not about the people's business. So there's very specific reasons, and I haven't gone into a whole lot of detail, but there are very, very specific reasons why I have formed the opinion that I have of Chris, and it's really his own behavior. The behavior that he's not going to take any accountability for. Now, I can't tell you to have that same opinion of him, because I think we all come to the water and to drink from it when we're ready.
But I think that you sound, genuine to me, and now it becomes more feasible for me to see it as evidence that is not refutable, because I try basically, I'm a person. I get bitten and I get bitten and I get bitten, and I don't seem to ever be shy, which is crazy. But what you said, because when Chris um, made promises to me when I went to see him after they were situated after the election in government, and he told me, asked me basically what I wanted to do, and I said, "Nah, I just want to write my books. I just want to go back to the university as writer in residence. That's all." And Tim Bernie was there, and that was 11 days after they were there. And then all of a sudden, nothing happened, and nothing happened, and nothing happened. So now, when I heard this thing, there's something come out with getting a ticket for Joshua to come over and this and that and the other thing, and I just got a little sort of upset with the fact that he seems to be always evasive. You got to run after him for this and run after him for that, because I didn't.
And of course, you would know that I would not have known that story if I didn't get that directly from Chris. So that was no lie. That's not the kind of information that was out in the public domain whatsoever.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I find. I find it really incredible that he would have said that to anybody, because of the way in which we were handling it. Because it wasn't like I was begging him for it. It was like he was offering to do things for me at that particular time. And so Joshua never came because Joshua didn't have his certificate for vaccine, and that's the reason why he didn't come. So they didn't have to go ahead and get it for him again. That's what happened there. It wasn't about anything else, or at least. But so the fact that Chris was never telling me the truth about how he felt about me asking him for anything or talking to him in any way is that comes out now. That's unfortunate, because I felt at certain times, especially when this young man that was criticizing him on Facebook sought me out, and we had a little lunch at the Chinese restaurant there in the Strand. And the young boy told me a lot of things. So it's not like I never heard this and that and the other thing from other people, but I'm a person that if I believe that somebody is a good person, it takes a long time for me to give up on a person. And so I kept
and let me even say this to you. You talk about your interest in immigration and migration reform and that sort of thing. I mean, if Chris in particular, I'm not even going to say they, was really interested in utilizing your services in that regard, how was that not done? When they could put people on the board who have no experience whatsoever with immigration. And in fact, they've actually put people on the board who have allegations against them for abusing and misusing the work permit system themselves. So why couldn't they have given you a chance and put you on those same boards?
Well, that's a good one, Sandy, because you see, with immigration, one of the things that we had to study in my discipline is that we had to study about migration. And we start thinking about the push factor and the pull factor and all of those things. Now, a lot of times, Caymanians believe that they could make it and run this boat by themselves. They can't, because we're insufficient in numbers and also in the expertise that we need to have a diversified society and economy. Now, so what we have to do in terms of thinking about immigration policies is we have to not just take our bitterness or our fears and all of those things into account. We have to take also our circumstances as we will face in regards to social, economic, and political challenges as we go about building a society and maintaining it. So let's take the feelings out of it, because we can't get what we feel like. And this is something that is difficult sometimes for us as human beings to realize, that we can't always get what we feel like. And what we feel like might not always be the best, because we have been socialized. But because we've been socialized, we might not be perfect, because socialization is geared towards achieving individual ends that might not be ideal. So we have to take that into account when we're talking about immigration and immigration policy and immigration strategy. Who are we? What are our ideals? What do we feel that we can give, and what do we feel that we need to get from an enterprise, a venture? That venture that we're talking about is the modernization of the Cayman Islands into a gigantic sort of Caribbean state that is wealthy, that is prosperous, and that has a good social, economic, and political system that is stable in all the ways. So we have to put our ideals on the table, and then we have to have our, well, I want this, and I want that, and then we have to look to see that we can't all get what we want. So we have to mix this, and we have to make compromises. And so we just don't need people on the immigration board and dealing with immigration law that are hard-headed and say, I don't want no foreigners here. I don't want this here, and I want that. That's crazy. You'll destroy your country if you lead it in that particular way. We have to understand history, in other words, to understand the compromises that we need to be making now.
Well, Dr. Frank, I hear my dog Zeus barking, which means that he has to go to the bathroom. He's in his kennel. We've been talking now for almost an hour and 5 minutes. People seem to still be hanging on. Johan says that this is like a drug. I want to stop watching, but I cannot. Oh my goodness. So we have still almost 300 people in the live stream between YouTube, Facebook. So I appreciate them hanging in there. Aliano jokingly says we're almost at high noon now. So we'll be continuing the conversation then, but I do have to let Zeus out because poor thing, he's been very quiet. So I know when he starts barking, that means he's ready for bathroom break. But
well, I would take up communication with you on a private line.
Yes. All right.
And we will start out and see how we clean this.
Well, I guess we can thank Sylvana this morning for making the phone call that made this all possible.
He's right here on the list.
I love peace. I don't love quarrel, and I know Frank suffering because me and him two in a house here, and I watch him cry. I watch him depressed. I watch him stand up. I watch him sit down. For all I work, but I am here with him. As I don't work, I come home. So I know the tears in the eye. I feel it. And I cry for him because I never see, he teach me a lot. And I always say, if he teach me a lot, he teach my son that is in California a lot. People can learn from him, but I do not like to when they treat him bad. And that's just normal as a wife. And I know he don't deserve it. When he deserve it, I myself make up my face on him and I said, you think you need to go this way with Sandy? Don't do it or take it down. You remember, I used to work for her. I used to be in her house. I know her. I love her. I don't care what you said. So that is the argument that we have. So for a happy wife is a happy life. So for be happy, for I can watch you in peace and him be happy with you. And this new year come in bright and towards your success and him getting out what he wants, his book, we can make a change in not doing the wrong thing, doing the right things.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you so much, my dear. I really appreciate it.
Okay. They're high spirits, Sandy. You're protected.
I appreciate that.
Blessed.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a good one. And Merry Christmas when it comes.
Merry Christmas.
All right, my dear. Thanks so much. All right, folks. Went over an hour and 5 minutes on that phone call. Yes, I saw a comment. It's been over 10 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh. So listen, we've got a poll question up. We'll post it on social media. Go and participate in the poll question. The poll question is very, very specific. It is what the minister said. Are you afraid of sharing your opinion on CMR? So far, 84% say no, 16% say yes. And the implication being that you're afraid of sharing your opinion because of the host, not necessarily because other people might be judging you. Shaka Zulu says, awesome. Thank you so much. Irvlin says, wow, happy for you both. Well, I think it was definitely a breakthrough moment this morning. I didn't get to finish the talk on the protocol video. So tomorrow's show, Wednesday, we'll pick up on that. By the way, before we end the show today, let me give some real props to Mr. Benil Miller. Marshall says he's hungry now. It's lunchtime. Benil is a phenomenal, folks, artist, musician, and he has been doing some videos. He's been doing some videos around the Christmas theme on social media. And I've been meaning to share them because they are so amazing and so good. So I've got one queued up here that I'm going to play. But what I'll do tomorrow is I'm going to kind of double up and play more than one on tomorrow's show. But I'll leave you with this one. Do you hear what I hear? They're doing like Christmas theme. So if you know Benil, please give him a shout out. We're going to post some of these on social media as well. Go and check out his page, support him, support local musicians and local artists because they often, I know Stacy's like, please go let Zeus on. I know I'm going, Stacy, poor thing. He's like, hurry up, I got a pee-pee. And he's not going to do it in his cage. But anyway, please enjoy this song. And as we move into the Christmas season.
Queer.